pas mettre les prompteurs. geratin che fino a da hai.
But the head is strong, Jesus.
.co.uk.
5,
New
6,
customers can claim £5
7,
off
8,
40. Use
9.
code ICE5. You'll even qualify for free next day delivery. Iceland.co.uk.
Yes, please.
This is how you
Can
order
do that?
all this delivery food for cheap. Okay, so first, Domino's.com. Choose your favorite pizza, or in my case, 4. Then click the Honey browser extension.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you.
No, what?
Three, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is at about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
آزادی.
دوستان، همراهان، آن را از اشرف 3 کانون مقاومت و پایداری بپذیرید. به شما که همکنون از 30,000 نقطه جهان در ارتباط زنده با ما در این گردهمایی تاریخی خلق ایران احترامات ویژه خود را به بیش از 1000 شخصیت ارزنده که از 5 قاره جهان در این گردهمایی شرکت دارند تقدیم می‌کنیم. حضور و اعلام همبستگی شما با قیام مردم ایران مایه پشتگرمی برای ایرانیان به پا خواسته است که برای سرنگونی فاشیسم مذهبی و تروریستی حاکم بر ایران
We thank all Iranians and all participants in this gathering. All those who participated, we thank you. It's heartwarming for all Iranians that are fighting the Iranian regime. We salute all resistance units that are fighting the Iranian regime, placing fire on all establishments by the Iranian government wherever they can. We salute the champions in Iran, those resistance units that continue the resistance in any condition, and they have given it continuity. They've accepted oppression, they've accepted torture, they've accepted martyrdom to continue the fight and the resistance, and they're letting all the world know what is happening in Iran, and they have
حمایت از کانون‌های شورشی به عنوان اجزای ارتش آزادی در ایران اهداف این گردهمایی است.
is one of the main goals of this gathering. The gathering for free Iran
خانم مریم
start
رجوی
this
و
gathering
در
with
پاسخ به فراخوان
thousands
رهبر
of
مقاومت ایران
greetings
آقای
and salute
مسعود
to
رجوی
the
برای
President
شورش
elect
و جنگ
of
صد
Iranian
برابر
resistance,
و همراه
Mrs. Maryam Rajavi,
کهکشانی با
and
30,000
Mr. Masoud Rajavi,
کانون
the
مقاومت
leader of the
در
resistance,
سراسر جهان
and
آغاز می‌کنیم.
thousands of Iranians across the world who have participated and support the movement in Iran.
سلام و درود به
Greetings,
یاران شورشگر
salute
ارشدنشان در سراسر جهان به
to
دوستان
all
بزرگ
Iranians
مردم و
supporting
مقاومت ایران
Ashraf 3
به دوستان
and the
بزرگ
resistance in
مردم
Iran
و
all over the
مقاومت
world.
ایران به دوستداران
Salute
دموکراسی
to
و حقوق
all
بشر
freedom-loving
که از
people,
5
all those
قاره
people
جهان
who
به ما
support Iranian
پیوسته‌اید.
resistance
خوش
from
آمدید.
5 continents. Welcome, welcome to this gathering.
با سلام به همه خواهران و برادران در
We
این
hail
منظومه
to all
پرفروغ
our
کهکشان
brothers
که
and
با
sisters
پیوند دادن
in this
ایرانیان از
gathering
سراسر جهان
who have
زنجیره
brought
معجزه‌بار
all
از انسان‌ها
Iranians,
و
freedom-loving
نمادی
Iranians,
درخشان از
to this
اراده ها
gathering
رو به نمایش
to
گذاشتیم.
show
پیوندی
a
آینده‌ساز،
very
بهارآور و
beautiful
شبشکن. این چه بذری است که روی
resemblance
چنین
of
معجزه‌بار
Iranian resistance, how unity can bring about change in Iran.
و سلامی آتشین از اشرف سه
A fire
در سراسر
and
ایران
hot hello to all
به شورشیان و
Iranian
آتش
resistance
افروزان، به
units
جان
inside
برکفان
Iran,
رهایی بخش
all
ایران،
those that
به
have
اونها که
placed their
زنجیره
lives in
انسانی
their
کهکشان
hands
99
and are
رو
fighting the
به جای
Iranian
جای
regime
ایران وصل کردند
in any
و چون
condition
خطی از نور
and
حتی
have
از عمق
created
سیاه‌چال‌های
a
رژیم عبور دادند تا در
movement
امتداد
that cannot be
قیام‌های دی
put
آبان
set
وحشت
aside.
سرنگونی
This
رو
movement
در دل جنایتکاران حاکم بدمد
has
و راه
created
پرفروغ فردای
fear
ایران رو
in the hearts of all those criminals in Iran. And they are the ones that will bring about the change and freedom and victory in Iran.
گردهمایی جهانی ایران آزاد
The gathering, the international gathering today,
سالگرد قیام تاریخی مردم ایران علیه
which
ارتجاع
took
استعمار
place
برای
on
بازگرداندن دولت
the
ملی و
anniversary of
دموکراتیک
the
دکتر محمد مصدق
start of the movement in
تجدید
Iran.
عهدی است با شهیدان
This
سیاسی
is our commitment and reaffirming our promise for the change in Iran. We are also at the anniversary of the foundation of the Iranian National Council of Resistance in 1981. This is
همچنان که رهبر
the
مقاومت در
alternative to
فروردین
Iranian
گذشته
regime
گفت،
and the criminals that are in power
اگر
right now.
خامنه‌ای و روحانی برای حفظ رژیم از خطر
If
قیام و سرنگونی در
Khamenei
شرایط
and
تحریم
Rouhani in Iran,
استراتژی کلان تلفات
they
انسانی
have taken
و
up
فرستادن
the
مردم به
strategy
میدانهای مین
to
کرونا را در پیش گرفته‌اند
send the Iranian
و
people
برای آنها
to
در ادامه همان خطکار جنگ
the
ضد
hell
ایرانی
house of
و
Corona in
قتل عام
Iran as
زندانیان
a way
در
to
مرگ
stay in
یک
power,
فرصت و یک نعمت است. ما
and they
هم
consider
با
this
شورش و جنگ
an
سربرآور
opportunity
آن
to
را
set
به
aside
تیزات قیام
or to push
و
back
ناقوس
the
سرنگونی
uprising.
تبدیل می‌کنیم و
We
فریاد
will
سر می‌دهیم.
turn this
شورشگران
over to them,
پیروزی می‌سازند.
and the Iranian resistance will turn this back to them and make coronavirus and this situation a hell house for them. We will fight back and will create an opportunity for downfall.
و گفته بودم که اگر لازم بشه کوچه به کوچه و شهر به شهر و دیار به دیار مثل همه ایرانیان به دنبال مقصد بزرگ مردم خواهم کرد. اما اگر بپرسید برای چی میری؟ در یک کلام میگم که برفروزم آتش ها هستند. از 30 خرداد 1360 به بعد، یعنی در عصر تردید در وجود و حیات و عصر تردید در کلیه مفاهیم و ارزش‌ها و کلمات انقلابی، ما نیز اعتبار وجود خود و خلق انقلاب ما را در این فرمول کلیدی بازیافتیم که ما به گونه انقلابی هستیم. بله، هر کجا شمع بلا افروختند، صد هزاران جان عاشق سوختند.
More difficulty, more challenge, it requires more sacrifice and devotion. We are just like butterfly that turns around the fire of freedom of Iranian people.
بنابراین تا آخرین لحظه، تا آخرین لحظه، با چنگ ناخن و دندان هم که شده، بنای ستم پیرکفتار جمارون رو تا آخرین خشتش از جا خواهیم.
We will fight back until we break the Iranian tyranny, the Khomeini tyranny, to the last break. Nothing,
هیچ سلاحی و هیچ قدرتی در جهان نیست
no arms,
که بتونه
no obstacle is there that can stop the Iranian people's will to overthrow this regime.
شب است و مادران شهر غمناک، هزاران گل شکفت و خفت بر خاک.
Evening and the Iranian mothers are so sad and so in agony because of their children. And our fight is ongoing. It's everlasting and it will continue on. We will never stop.
وقتی امواج تاریکی هجوم میارند،
When the waves of darkness attack on us, what we have to do is fight back with light and fire.
تا آنگاه که در این میهن حتی یک مجاهد نیز باقی است،
As long as there's only one mujahid, one PMI member in Iran alive, he will fight and bring this regime down. Can they kill the sun? No. Can they stop the wind from flowing? No. Can they kill the fire? No. Can they stop spring from coming? Can they stop flowers from growing? No. Can they keep people and masses in chains forever? The victory is ours. Tomorrow is ours. With all its happiness and prosperity. And any flower that grows out of the blood of martyrs is the good news of a freedom coming to Iran.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce some of the honorable mayors of France, Italy, Spain, and Albania who have joined us for the Free Iran Global Summit today. The honorable mayors of France: Jean-François Logaret, former mayor of the 1st District of Paris; Émile Blessig; Jean-Pierre Becquet; Jean-Pierre Muller; Jean-Pierre Berard, Bruno Massé, Claude Krieger, Gilles Lecomte, Serge Makudzinski, Denis Domagneto, Eric Battaglia, Alain Schmidt, Dominique Bailly, Jean-Claude Gigodet, Jacques Domini, Guy Schmidt, Armand Jacquemin, the Honorable Mayors of Italy, Aldo Moneta, Andre Gavazza, Antonio Porri, Danilo Piersanti, Emanuele Fedozzi, Federico Bornia, Floriano Panza, Giampaolo Beretta, Lauro Zoggia, Maurizio Paoletti, Mauro Caldroni, Nicola Marini, Pacifico Banchiere, Paolo Adriano, Susana Preaco, Tony Mattarelli, Antonio Esteban Lara from Spain, the Honorable Mayors of Albania, Rapo Osmani, Muharram Sula.
Chers Iraniens résistants, chers Ashrafiens, récemment, avec des maires italiens et albanais, nous avons signé la déclaration soutenant les 10 points clés de Madame Mariam Rajab, confirmant le pacte signé il y a un an à Ashraf avec votre maire, faisant de votre cité la jumelle du premier arrondissement de Paris. Nous voulions ainsi consacrer une étape importante, symbolique, fraternelle, dans le soutien à votre lutte, prélude à la victoire qui s'approche.
We wanted to fight, we wanted to end the dictatorship of the Hezbollah, and for one decade we have been with the French people together with the mayor of Italy, and we support your efforts in Ashraf 1, Ashraf 2, Ashraf 3. You have shown to everybody in the world your resistance, your strength against torture, against massacre. And we have to start to see what is the crisis now of coronavirus. So we have to go on and see what's the corruption, the regime that failed to prevent us, and the regime of Absouf, the problem of all the decay of the regime. We have to give the example of Ashraf 3.
L'alternative démocratique.
And this is the democratic alternative. This is the light at the end of the tunnel. This is the hope. So we hope that we have a Iran that is going to be free tomorrow, and we will be happy.
Iran freedom. Dr. Offord, we're delighted to hear you.
A great pleasure to be able to speak with you today. But allow me to begin by sending my regards to the people of Iran who are currently suffering under their regime. And I can also express my solidarity with them as they are faced with a vicious crackdown, persecution, as they simply demand change in their country. In a recent statement on Iran, 120 members of the House of Commons and House of Parliament declared their support for the popular protest in Iran against corruption and suppression, and supported the 10-point plan for a future free Iran presented by NCRI President-elect Mrs. Madam Rajavi. Tehran's destabilizing activities from Syria to Iran, Lebanon, and its support for terrorism, and least but not least at all, the actions against Iranian dissidents in Europe, and the pursuit of a nuclear and ballistic missile program, all which violates the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, the UN arms embargo against Iran, the nuclear deal, and counter-terrorism laws of the United Kingdom. They are all well documented in recent statements by the UN Secretary General, the IAEA, and many Western governments. That is why I call on the UK government to join the maximum pressure of this campaign on the regime. This campaign has already denied Tehran billions of dollars it could have used otherwise to stabilize parts of the Middle East and further afield. But thanks to this pressure, Tehran is losing ground in places like Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. But the UK government should also work with allies in the EU and the UN in order that we support an immediate extension to the UN arms embargo against Iran, as well as the reimposition of an international and UN sanctions against Tehran that were lifted as part of the nuclear deal. Furthermore, the UK should prescribe the entirety of the IRGC as a foreign terrorist organisation to deny it the funds it needs to suppress the people of Iran and to export terrorism abroad. The international community has a responsibility and the means to deny Iran's regime the funds it needs to continue its unacceptable and malign behaviour both at home and abroad. To muster the political courage to do that, the international community should look to the Iranian people and to their resistance movement led by Mrs. Maryam Rajavi, who has shown the way. So the time is now here. The time is now ready for change. The time is now for us all to say, Huzzah! 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 Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to introduce the honourable members of Parliament and Senate and the distinguished personalities from France who have joined us for the Free Iran Global Summit today. Members of the French Parliament, Michel Devaucouleurs, President of the Parliamentary Committee for a Democratic Iran, Philippe Gosselin, André Chassaigne, Frederick Rice, Yannick Favennec, Branger Poletti, Olivier Marleix, Brahim Hamouche, Jean Lassalle, Senator Bernard Fournier, former Minister Alain Vivian, Gilbert Mitterrand, President of Daniel Mitterrand Foundation, former Governor Yves Bonnet, former Senators Jean-Pierre Michel, Alain Néry, Evelyne Yonnet, former Members of Parliament François Colcombet, Stéphane Saint-André, Jacques Valax, Pascal de Guilhem, Michel Thérault, Pascal Terrasse, Jean-Pierre Brard, Anne Ferreira, former member of the European Parliament, Gérard Luton, a leading member of the Teachers' Syndicate in France, Dao Meskin, President of the Council of Imams in France, Khalil Meron, Director of the Mosque of Evry, Hassan Shalroumi, President of the Conference of Imams in France, Abderrahman Dahman, President of the Council of Democratic Muslims in France. French National Assembly, Mr. Philippe Gosselin. Monsieur Gosselin, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour à tous, chère Madame la Présidente Maryam Rajavi,
Yours and dear friends, Iranian friends, it's a pleasure to welcome you everywhere in the world. we were in Villepinte together. I had been denouncing all the very bad action of the regime, and we had an attempt, a bomb attempt that was aiming to kill us, and somebody who was in France is going to be expelled from Belgium. That's a good news. It's going to be, we will have an expulsion, and all these links that have been, let's say, managed by Iran shows what the regime can be doing, and it is a reality, unfortunately, among the terrorist states. It's a very dictatorship. That have been killed in the demonstration in Iran, and we need, in 2020, with the killing of the 160 people that died in the plane, and the thousands of people that are being left over and dying because of COVID, because Iran does not invest in the healthcare system. We need to have to do something. We have in France the 14th of July, which is the Feast of the Republic, the Feast of the Bastille, and it was the prison that was existing in France that we suppressed, and we need to be free, we need to fight, we need to have a better Iran, a democratic Iran, and we need to have an Iran that is going to choose its own choice by himself.
Of the White House under President George W. Bush. Please help me welcome Ms. Payton.
Hello, and thank you for having me here today. I am so honored to be a part of the agenda. I want to use my time to inform and engage you on the cyber domain and what actions we must all take on behalf of the citizens of Iran. We can change their future and the world's future and see a free Iran soon. Warren Buffett says cyber warfare is the greatest threat to mankind, even more so than nuclear weapons. He's correct. We're under siege, deep in the middle of a new type of war. In an increasingly interconnected world where nearly all adults have access to robust devices in their pockets, the next frontier of security isn't physical, it's digital. As daunting as the thought of nuclear wars, bombs, and bullets are, the hacking of systems and the manipulation of our minds are equally alarming threats. The Iranian regime is at the forefront of actors in cyber warfare, and we must stop it. The current Iranian regime uses a mix of cyber intrusions, digital manipulation campaigns, and terrorist activities, or threat of such, as their key strategy for maintaining the regime's operational status quo and to improve their standing on the world stage and suppress their citizenry. Iran has probed, surveilled, and in some cases successfully attacked critical infrastructure of countries around the globe, including the United States. Iran's regime also hides behind cyber operatives and fake personas. They can pretend to be our neighbors and fellow citizens. They are inside our digital infrastructure and inside our social media. And during this pandemic, COVID-19, social media is the replacement for the town square for socializing. Let's examine how they leverage the cyber domain to maintain control. In Iran, the crackdown on opposition and the media is enforced by the government. Their documented history includes arrests, executions, and filtering all news through state-run media, or even turning off internet access for its own citizens. They also suppress and digitally track the opposition and even the objective reporters. The Iranian regime uses a mix of these heavy-handed tactics along with subtler, more covert attacks or manipulation campaigns on social media to spread disinformation and fake news at a velocity and scale that would have been unheard of before the digital age. As I wrote about in my new book, Manipulated, Iran's goal is to drive positive news about its current regime, often manipulating its own people to ensure undying support for the mullahs' ideological and international political interests. The cyber operatives acting on behalf of the Iranian regime seek to blunt the media's ability to investigate their false dealings. They also wish to co-opt the media narrative into shoring up their reputation. Movement, mainly the MEK, to their own citizens for years. Case in point, Iran promoted fake news relating to the Iran nuclear deal. Trying to persuade the world that their nuclear program existed solely for peaceful use and that its military involvements in countries such as Yemen, Iraq, and Syria were humanitarian. The theocracy of Iran attempts to interfere with the public and political sentiments within other countries, using their manipulation machine to stoke anti-Semitic, anti-Saudi, anti-American, and anti-Western narratives and stir up negative actions and emotions. Reuters exposed in 2018 more than 70 Iranian websites run out of Tehran that pretended to be local news organizations in other countries. The expose found the sites were written in over 16 languages. Personas that look like news outlets, nonprofits, and grassroots organizations. Iran is known to block websites, social media networks, censor and track mobile connectivity, threaten and socially engineer reporters, meddle with access to internet-based encrypted messaging platforms, or restrict speeds or remove access to the internet altogether. As the internet becomes more ubiquitously available, the authoritarian regime of Iran scrambles to find ways to ensure they increase their influence over their citizens. That is why the Iranian people and protesters are becoming more creative and technical in using internet to get their voices heard globally. This is our call to action. Fundamentally, the United States must step up to address the cyber domain issues with the same level of concern appropriate to the next Manhattan Project, harnessing a combination of government resources, national lab research, private sector industry expertise, and collaboration with educational institutions. We will never find a solution to a free Iran or safety from the regime's mix of citizen oppression, cyber intrusions, and terrorism without dedicating ourselves to a bold new approach. I offer a few steps. Step one, we need a comprehensive strategy across countries and the private sector to enable the citizens of Iran to achieve a free Iran. Step two, we need to ensure that the people of Iran can share in real time threats that could have an impact on their anti-regime protests and call for democracy. Step three, through financial backing, expert advice, traditional media bombardment, and yes, now social media influence campaigns, the United States and other countries could use an amplification campaign to bypass the Iranian regime to promote regime change by the Iranian people. We must quickly evaluate the effectiveness of diplomatic measures and set up a threat hunting team that aggressively searches for adversarial activity from the Iranian regime, especially those targeting the opposition. Step four, act. We can't allow excuses anymore. This is the crisis of our time. If a coalition of international policymakers, technology, and Citizens Act now, the overall future for the people of Iran and the world will take a more positive and different course. As George Washington wrote from Mount Vernon in 1799, offensive operations oftentimes is the surest, if not the only, in some cases, means of defense. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to share these ideas and a call to action with you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Payton. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable dignitaries, in this part, let us greet our compatriots and friends who are joining us from their rally at Berlin's Brandenburg Square. Greetings to everyone.
Social media using the hashtag FreeIran2020. And now we are off. Echoes the calls for a free Iran.
To Mr. Martin Potzelt.
It's my pleasure now, with utmost pleasure, I have the honor to invite a member of the European Parliament and former Foreign Minister of Poland,
Herr Martin Potzelt. Salam Iran. Salam, liebe Freunde in Ashraf 3.
Peace to all of my friends in Ashraf 3. Salam to everyone. Dear Miss President, Mrs. Rajavi, you're all at your screens. We're distributed all over the world, and we are one big congregation. Dear colleagues, dear co-strugglers for freedom, I welcome you all here today.
Die Führer des iranischen Regimes.
Where are we now? The leaders of the Iranian regime are warning from a great rebellion, and they have a lot of fear from this rebellion, but the cause itself for this storm is something that they have caused themselves. 40 years of crimes against humanity, 40 years of corruption, 40 years they killed, tortured the best people of their own country. They made them leave their country. We don't know when the uprising will come in their country, but our congregation today and our connection today as friends makes it quite clear all over the world that the Iranian people want change. To have democracy finally, to finally have human rights, to finally have economic wealth, no more hunger. Some people here and some of my colleagues worry that the resistance in Iran might turn violent. But doesn't the Iranian regime also do violent acts against humanity for 40 years now? Who is engaging in violence? Do we have to fear violence that is already within a system of violence? So it's not about violence, and we don't want to preach violence. It's about revolution that is announcing itself in Iran. The citizens of Iran majoritarily don't want the mullah regime anymore, because the mullah regime is not able to correct its politics anymore. They cannot change, and any announcement of new policies are just words and nothing more. We have waited for action long enough, and the mullahs have to go. If we want the inhumane conditions in Iran to come to an end, the mullahs have to go. For 2 years now, we've been communicating with Iran, with the MEK, and for 40 years, mentioning the MEK in Iran was strictly prohibited. The Iranian people were meant to forget about this name, and that also was meant to forget any hope of change in their countries. But the active role of the MEK was not to be removed. The civil disobedience there and everywhere in the world made this clear. And the German citizens, we stand at your side in solidarity. We want to support you. We want to foster your hope, and we want to tell the whole world that the Iranian people should be able to live in freedom and dignity. Now, Khamenei and Rouhani are finally admitting that no other force has challenged them as much. No other force is trying to stop their unbreaking will. So I would like to make two statements here then today. One to Germany and the European Union, my homeland. We all need to support the changing forces in and outside Iran, and an alternative that is non-violent is available. Me, as a former GDR citizen, I have lived through a transition of systems without violence. We, as citizens, back then moved towards freedom, and I think it's possible somewhere else as well. President Maryam Rajavi has a 10-point plan, and she is expressing this hope in this plan as well. The future of Iran can only be in democracy. Free Iran would be a haven of security and world peace for everyone in the world. The German people has showed that after a horrible regime of violence, through the will of the people, we can live freely and we can find unity. A country that people like to live in and where people have a good opportunity for a positive future. Just as the sun is coming out here today, right now, I can only reaffirm our hope. The rain and the violence will pass, and one day the sun will shine above your homeland as well, the sun of freedom and humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potselt. With utmost pleasure, I now have the honor to invite a member of the European Parliament and former Foreign Minister of Poland, a good friend of the Iranian resistance. Please help me give a stormy welcome to Ms. Anna Fotyga.
Dear friends of free
دوستان عزیز ایران آزاد، ایرانیان آزاد عزیز، اعضای جامعه اشرف، خانم مریم رجوی عزیز، مایلم که از همه شما تشکر کنم برای رهبری شما و امید دادن به همه ما، به ویژه همه ما در پارلمان اروپا
European Union of Europe of the principal values of your love to your country, your admiration of your own ages, centuries, thousands of years worth culture and tradition of stateship. Dear friends, be sure that within the European Parliament you have a large group of admirers and supporters of people who monitor the situation in Iran on daily basis. We want to be of your assistance. We want to tend to well-being of ordinary people of Iran. We know that your fight for liberation of your country from the kleptocratic, cruel regime of Molech is a noble combat that even under very difficult circumstances, conditions exacerbated by COVID-19, you maintain courage, determination, and resolve to fight for your own country. We are aware of atrocities that were imposed on Iranian society previous autumn and through all these years previously. I'm happy that we were able within the European Parliament to show our solidarity by using our usual tools, supporting solidarity, condemning regime. I know that there's still much to do, that European policies were not entirely successful, that you owe something from us. We should be more firm, more determined, and more decisive in pushing for changes in Iran. I'm absolutely sure that your combat is to bring success, to bring, after so many years, to return to your homeland and enjoy proximity of your friends and your family. All the best. Let us help free Iran.
120,000 people have sacrificed their lives for freedom in Iran, and 1,500 protesters were killed in the past November uprisings. The next clip is based on the letter of one of the resistance units to a friend. The story closely resembles the story of thousands who have sacrificed their lives for the freedom of others.
دوست عزیزم امید،
وقتی ایران آزاد شد به یاد من، به یاد ما و به یاد همه اونهایی که به خاطر آزادی پرکشیدن، برو به یه دشت زیبا، جایی که بتونی یه نگاه به آسمون آبی و پر ابرش بندازی و از ته دلت بگی آره ارزششو داشت. بعد با خودت فکر کن تو حالا داری تو هوایی نفس میکشی که پاکه و بی‌غبار، پاک مثل آزادی، بی‌غبار مثل بهار. مشتی از خاک میهنت رو بردار و بهش نگاه کن، خاک اصیلی که حالا از دست اهریمن آزاد شده. اندوه نبودن من رو به خلوت جاده های سرسبز بسپار. طول زندگی مهم نیست، مهم عرض اونه، مهم وسعت عمل و حرکت موزون ماست. درست مثل رقصی زیبا با موسیقی پرشور هستی رو به افقهای خورشیدی. ما، من و تو به ندای قلبمون پاسخ دادیم. ما کانونهای شورش و عصیان فریاد زدیم زندگی، شوریدن بر جبرها و دگر هیچ. اون روز اگرچه که من نیستم اما حضورم رو میتونی همه جا حس کنی. وقتی ایران آزاد شد یه گوشه این فلات زیبا بشین و نامه منو بخون. این دلنوشته ناتمام خطاب به همه شما اهالی آزاد فرداست. ما هزاران هزار بردار شدیم، ما عصیان کردیم بر قانون ظالمانه زنجیر و بند تا شما فرداییان دلشاد باشید و خرسند. ما فرصت پرواز در آسمان آزادی را در گذشتن از زندگی یافتیم. شما آن را در لحظه لحظه خود تجربه کنید. دیگر هیچ کودکی نباید سر گرسنه بر بالین بگذارد. دیگر هیچ دختری نباید زیر سایه بهتان و تحقیر زندگی کند و هزار دیگر و دیگر. ما تحقق این رویای دست یافتنی را پیشا پیش می دیدیم. ما دیدیم، شما آن را پاس بدارید.
در رگان بدم خونشون بشین، به پا به کف رایت قیام، بخوان وطن را به نام. سر زده فرو به نبرد ما پس ستنده ام موج توی ما توی ما نازه ها موج و توفان جاودان تا یاد یاران. ششتران پیروزی میسازد ارتش گران گرسنگان شورش آفرین خلق قهرمان به باخود انقلابی حماسگون بساط ارتجا کن نگون در قیام سرخ و سوزان در طریق موج و توفان جاودان بادا یاد یاران شورشگران پیروزی میسازند در پشان در توفان میتازند آب و ملت را میبازند شورشگران آزادی میکارند آتش به کف خرد دل میبارند خلقها را میافرازند شورشگران پیروزی میسازند خون در پشان در توفان میتازند آب و ملت را میبازند شورشگران آزادی میکارند آتش به کف خرد دل میبارند خلقها را میافرازند هم نبرد کامون شورشی در رگان بدم خونشون بشین به پا به کف رایت قیام بخوان وطن را به نام سرزده فرو نبرد ما پس سکنده امواج توی ما توی ما نازه های گل خان انقلاب که از وطن رنگ خان در قیام سرخ و سوزان در طریق موج و توفان جاودان بادا یاد یاران شورشگران پیروزی میسازند خون در پشان در توفان میتازند آب و ملت را میبازند شورشگران آزادی میکارند آتش به کف خرد دل میبارند خلقها را میافرازند ارتش گران گرسنگان شورش آفرین خلق قهرمان به باخود انقلابی حماسگون بساط ارتجا کن نگون پیروزی میسازند خون در پشان در توفان میتازند آب و ملت را میبازند شورشگران آزادی میکارند آتش به کف
هموطنان عزیز، یاران شورشگر و اشرف نشان مقاومت ایران، همکنون خانم مریم رجوی رئیس جمهور برگزیده مقاومت به رهبر نهضت ضد استعماری مردم ایران ادای احترام می‌کنند و خاطره شهیدان قیام 30 تیر 1331 در حمایت از دکتر محمد مصدق را گرامی می‌دارند.
which was met with fire, killing many protesters. The uprising forced the Shah to reinstate Dr. Mossadegh as Prime Minister. We pay tribute to all those who have fallen for the cause of freedom, from the late Dr. Mossadegh and his Foreign Minister Dr. Fatemi, who was executed by the Savaks firing squad, and
This was a tribute to Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, the nationalist prime minister of Iran, who was overthrown by a coup d'etat in 1953. Today is on the eve of the anniversary of the Iranian people uprising who brought back to power the first time Dr. Mossadegh. And this is a song paying tribute to Dr. Mossadegh and what he did for the Iranian nation. This ceremony is being held in Ashraf 3, where the members of the People's Mujahideen of Iran, MEK, are residing. The song is reading that the dictatorship will be overthrown by the force of the people. At the same time, you will see some posters which has been put up in Iran over the past few days. Pictures of Dr. Mossadegh and the leader of the Iranian resistance, Masoud Rajavi. ببین the national song of Iran, the true national song of Iran used by the NCRI and the Iranian resistance. I salute to all of you, my dear friends. What a beautiful scene, what a spectacular scene. All of you have risen up for the overthrow of the ruling regime while you are all in quarantine and in the time of coronavirus. From all over Iran to everywhere, to every countries in the world. Yes, in this resistance and in this struggle for freedom, nothing has been stopped, and we are moving faster than ever before. And today, the whole world is with you and have joined your campaign for free Iran. I thank all the dignitaries who are with us today from all over the world. Fellow compatriots, courageous youth and resistance units, hail to all of you, especially to the city of martyrs, the Iranian people of Behbahan, and millions of our outraged compatriots who stood up through a huge Twitter and yes, indeed, the mullah's regime has not and will not be relieved of the convulsion produced by that fierce uprising. That is why, terrified of more executions, but it was proven that such action will backfire. Most sincere appreciation. I take this opportunity to commend you all, and most serious organized resistance in Iran's history, with the roaring river of its martyrs' blood and the moving chants of massacred Mujahideen, the MK members who continued to insist on their belief to the end against the most murderous and cruel rulers. This summit echoes calls for the clerical regime's overthrow, which were held during successive uprisings from December 2017 and January 2018 to November 2019 and January 2020. It is the people's call for the regime's overthrow after the conclusion of the reformers versus principalists, the theocratic that was aimed at preserving this very regime. People have all rejected these ideas. This summit is the voice of resistance units and the rebellious cities across Iran who have put an end to history of despair and inaptitude, replacing it with a pledge of we can and we must. Today's summit represents our enchained homeland in three of its most prominent features.
گرد آمده ایم برای تاکید بر تعهدات بزرگ.
A rebellious and revolutionary Iran, an Iran united in solidarity, and a free and democratic Iran of tomorrow. We have come together to underline three momentum and historic commitments that we have pledged to accomplish. Our first commitment is that we, the people of Iran and the Iranian resistance, will overthrow the clerical regime and we reclaim Iran. Our second commitment is that we, the people of Iran and the Iranian resistance, will build a free and democratic Iran. And our third commitment is to establish freedom and justice at any cost, to never return to dictatorship of Shah and the mullahs. And as the majority of elected lawmakers in the US and Europe have pointed out, we want to establish a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Iran. A republic to establish a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Iran. Today, from all indications, are telling us that the ruling theocracy is at the point of being overthrown. Although the virus of the ruling religious fascism and its accomplice, the coronavirus, have joined forces to demoralize and pacify our people and society. We saw during the November 2019 uprising that the protests suddenly erupted in 900 locations across the country. This creates a brilliant model for the great uprising that will overthrow the regime. The uprising that spanned from December 2017 and January 2018 to November 2019 and January 2020 were not about reforming the regime and had nothing to say to the mullahs. They did not ask anything from the mullahs. Rather, this uprising sought to overthrow the clerics. In the midst of this uprising, this generation delivered thunderous chants of death to oppressor, beat the Shah or the supreme leader, and chanting, we don't want the Shah or the leader. We don't want a choice between bad and worse. Yes, this generation chants our enemies right here. They lie when they say it is America. This generation is a constant nightmare for the mullahs. Indeed, the clerics have come face to face with a rebellious generation against which they are vulnerable. The Iranian resistance relied on precise and well-documented reports to register the figure of 1,500 martyrs during the November 2019 uprising. The actual figure is much higher. A multitude of documents obtained by the NCRI Security and Counterterrorism Committee from within the National Emergency Organization which relate to Tehran alone are the tip of the iceberg and confirm this fact. These uprisings checkmated the Iranian regime's political apologists, advocates, lobbyists, and paid operatives, because the protest completely discredited their deception and lies. They kept saying that it would be inconceivable for the people of Iran to turn to uprising and revolution to overthrow the mullahs. They kept saying that change in Iran will not happen except from within this regime itself. And time and again, they repeated the mullahs' false claim. They saw with their own eyes throngs of young people overwhelming the streets of the Iranian cities. And they were irritated when they saw that two progressive students who supported the MK were detained. This explained why the mullahs and their mob of intrigators and functionaries have unleashed against the resistance and the PMY and the MEK. They see themselves about to be overthrown and are in agony over the fact that these uprising and rebellious youth have adopted the roadmap and the strategy of the MEK. Yes, indeed. The volcanic uprising in November washed away all unfounded claims. It was proven that it is possible to inspire and organize protest. It was proven that despite all the repression and crimes, our people have a spectacular desire and readiness to continue their uprising. It was once again proven that masses of people, particularly toilers, destitute people and the youth, stood face to face against the regime. And it was proven that a force capable of overthrowing the regime has emerged and lurking in the hearts of Iranian cities. This is the very force the regime's interior ministry described as, and I quote, a fighting force of about 600,000 strong, end of quote, who he said destroyed the regime centers one after another during the November uprising. Yes, it is this rebellious force which, despite unrelenting arrest, empowers resistance units to constantly regroup, reproduce, and multiply themselves. Over the past 2 years, the emergence of rebellious cities and the operations of the resistance units against repression aimed at breaking the suppressive atmosphere, fueling the engine of the uprising and mobilizing the people, have made the regime feel the danger clear and vividly. In the history of liberation struggles in Iran, resistance units and rebellious cities and their key role in the strategy of uprising was discovered and formulated by Masoud Rajavi, leader of the Iranian resistance. And this is the secret to uprising and ultimate victory. They're chanting, Masoud Rajavi is our leader, and we will achieve our victory. Yes, you're absolutely right. We will have victory for our people. Victory is yours.
راهبری چون مسعود دارد شک نباید بکند که از همه عقبه ها
freedom and democracy. Have no doubt about that. Over the past 2 years, the resistance units have endured martyrdoms and many unearthed, and have challenged the enemy face to face with its closed circuit cameras to publicize the resistance or to expose the regime. These very activities serve as the spark for the uprising and have overwhelmed the regime. Hail to this courageous youth, hail to the resistance and steadfast political prisoners, and hail to this generation which is determined to fight on and to make sacrifices, giving up their belongings and sacrificing their lives every day to keep ablaze the flame of uprising and to save the enchained nation. These are telling signs of the great army of freedom. Out of the countless who are suppressed, the force which will save, and I which will save and free Iran is rising up. Yes, the sign is rising, and the blood-drenched caravan of martyrs sings, "Rise up now, friends, fearlessly, soar like an eagle, charge against the enemy, onwards to victory, onwards to prosperity." Said, and I quote, "To contain this uprising, the Mullah supreme leader has no other option but to solve a number of economic, social, political, and security problems, in which case it would pave the way for his own regime's overthrow." End of quote. This is precisely the focal point of vulnerability for the mullahs. If they continue to pursue their current path and course of action, namely their belligerence, missile launches, terrorism, intimidation, and closing ranks, they will inevitably crash headfirst. And if they make their slightest retreat, namely if they change their behavior and abandon their suppression, terrorism, and belligerence, then they would undermine the very existence of rule of the Velayat al-Faqih, i.e. the absolute clerical rule. For this reason, today Khamenei calls for creation of a young and Hezbollah government and sees a monolithic parliament and a murderous judiciary as the only way out of the vortex of crisis and the only way to preserve the regime. Less than 2 weeks ago, in an open session of the so-called parliament of the regime on July 5th, the deputies were talking of impeaching and even prosecuting Rouhani for committing treason. They unloaded on the regime's foreign minister Zarif their endless fear and horror over the use of snapback mechanism regarding the nuclear program. The mullahs and their revolutionary guards had made a vital bet on the termination of the arms embargo on October 18, as was stipulated in the JCPOA. For this reason, the international community decision activate the snapback mechanism would be the coup d'etat shot to the regime's windfall achievements and will ensure its downfall. So accusing Rouhani and Zarif of committing terrorism for which they must be impeached is a cowardly and nervous preemptive gesture. But we say, let the Supreme Leader devour and dispose of his own internal faction as much as he wants. The final word is that the mullahs have no solution and the regime is doomed to fall in its entirety. Fellow compatriots, dear friends, to date, the accelerating outbreak of coronavirus has taken the lives of at least 72,000 people in Iran. Let us observe a minute of silence in homage to these innocent victims.
با تشکر از همه
I thank you, all of you from here to throughout the world.
این کشتار بیش از هر زمانی پرده از این واقعیت هولناک برداشت.
More than any other social welfare foundations, leaving our people vulnerable to the virus more than any other country in the world. One must absolutely refrain from comparing the coronavirus crisis in Iran with the situation in other countries. In March, Khamenei openly said that he sought to create an opportunity and a blessing out of the coronavirus crisis. I have repeatedly declared on behalf of the Iranian resistance that the abnormal surging trend of the number of coronavirus victims in Iran is a product of the criminal policies of the Mullah Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and his president Hassan Rouhani. The strategy of launching mass casualties as a barrier against the threat of an uprising and eventual overthrow is exactly designed to pacify and demoralize the Iranian society, rendering it hopeless and paralyzed. They send people back to work without offering them any help in prevention and treatment. At the same time, they blame the people for the spread of the virus, claiming that they did not observe hygienic protocols. The regime official says that the disease launched a surprise attack in the month of July. And I quote, nurses are falling like autumn leaves, end of quote. And at least 15,000 of the medical staff in Iran have been infected. We hail the selfless physicians and nurses who have suffered tremendously over the past few months, but have not stopped for the moment to endeavor at the cost of their own lives to save the lives of their fellow compatriots. To show appreciation, let's applaud them 1 minute. I thank you for appreciating these vanguards of this battle. Dear friends, in these critical circumstances, the ruling mullahs have refused to allocate any considerable budget to fight the disease and even to pay the nurses' salaries. The regime's health minister says that despite his repeated appeals since the beginning of the outbreak in February, for the first time, only 300 million euros was provided to the ministry in June. That is only 3.5 euros per person to confront the pandemic. That's what has been paid to this ministry. This sum cannot be compared with any other countries, but even this limited budget is squandered in the regime's cycle of pervasive corruptions. On the other hand, during the breathtaking coronavirus crisis, the mullahs continued to launch expensive satellites into the space. Concurrently, they pursued their belligerent and terrorist activities in Iraq and Syria and escalated their heinous nuclear activities to a new level, and also Yemen. The regime's defense minister recently told the mullahs parliament, and I quote, "The number of missiles we manufactured over the past 4 years was equal to our production in the prior 10 years combined." End of quote. The question is, where do they get the money to spend on such activities? Obviously, by emptying the baskets of our deprived people. The mullahs have increased the number of bases for the IRGC Basiji forces to 54,000. If they had spent 1/10 of this money to build a hospital, the casualties of this disease would not have been so high. We know that there are only 954 active hospitals in the country. On May 21st, 2020, in the Fadak city of Kermanshah province, the regime's municipal agent ruthlessly razed a shack where Asiye Panahi lived. Asiye was a mother to 7 children. She was poor and did not have any support. She had just finished building her 40 square meter home after great suffering, and she did not want to let them destroy it. She cried out again and again, "Don't raze my home." But they dragged her on the ground for so long that she eventually died. How many more Asiye have to lose their home? How many more people have to slide into poverty and starvation? And how many more have to suffer this by attrition every day? Today, many women, breadwinners, are living in the rubbers, tunnels, and holes underneath the ground. or they live in slums and tents? Why are these women and 38 million other living in the slums and shanty towns? Why is it that more than 7 million people have been forced to live around the cemeteries? Yes, everywhere we look, we can only see the mullahs' destructions. And we will definitely bring an end to this. The ruling mullahs must answer why the value of the country's official's currency has plunged to so much. Why is there no ability to create jobs? Why is Iran one of the 4 countries in the world who have the highest inflation rates? By the way, you must tell us what ended up happening with the $3 trillion worth of oil revenue under Khamenei's rule. And you must say, where did Khamenei amass $100 billion in his executive headquarters? Where have the IRGC, the State Security Forces, Astana Quds and the Mustazafan Foundation get their hundreds of billions of dollars? The 15 institutions and foundations under Khamenei's control have a total of $1 trillion worth of assets. Yes, this is the direct outcome of driving at least 60 million Iranian people under the poverty lines. The mullah's depraved and criminal regime must be crushed, and shame on them. My compatriots and dear friends, we pledge to overthrow the regime, take back Iran, and restore all the violated and plundered rights of the people of Iran. That's our task. Our people must enjoy the right to be healthy, to have shelter, to employment, to organizing and having syndicates, right to autonomy of ethnic minorities, the right to equal participation in running the society's affairs, gender equality, and popular sovereignty. Religious slavery and sexual exploitation. They must enjoy freedom of expression and opinion, freedom of choice. They must be pulled out of poverty and be free from fear. This means ending torture, execution, and social and economic insecurity. We have pledged to restore all these freedoms and rights. We make this pledge before the Iranian people and history. This is our pledge to 120,000 martyrs who fell for freedom. They are chanting, we make all the pledge that we will continue to the end. That's what they are chanting. My compatriots, today in Iran, one of the greatest battles and one of the greatest tests of our time rages on between freedom and religious fascism. democracy and religious fundamentalism. This is a battle intertwined with destiny of contemporary humanity and global peace and security. So I urge all governments and international bodies to stand with the people of Iran in this historic showdown against the greatest threat to world peace and security. The recent resolution adopted by the majority in the U.S. House of Representatives provides a credible model for all governments and the international community to follow regarding Iran and the Iranian people. The Iranian regime's leaders planned to launch a major terrorist attack against the Free Iran Grand Gathering in Paris in 2018. The terrorist bomb has been in jail now for more than 2 years. 2 days ago, the trial of this diplomat and his 3 accomplices began in Belgium. This is for the first time that a serving diplomat faces trial in Europe for direct involvement in terrorism. This is a major disgrace for the regime, and it shows that the regime spares to effort and will continue any crimes and pay any price to destroy its alternative, enjoying diplomatic privileges. The arrested regime's diplomat directed his plot under the supervision of senior intelligence ministry officials. The trial of the 4 detained terrorists as perpetrators of this terrorist act is a necessary step. But as I emphasized when I testified as a witness for 7 hours and provided ample documents and evidence, the real decision makers were Khamenei, Rouhani, Zarif, and Intelligence Minister Mahmoud Alevi. This case is indispensable to stop the mullahs and bridle terrorism of the mullahs. This is a sufficient and definitive case based on which the UN Security Council can prosecute Khamenei and his accomplices for being the leading sponsor of terrorism. And of course, this is in addition to the case of the massacre of political prisoners in 1988, and it is an imperative My compatriots, we are on the eve of several unforgettable historical landmarks. The uprising on July 21st, 1952, in support of the great Dr. Mossadegh, the anniversary of the foundation of the National Council of Resistance massacre of 30,000 political prisoners in 1988 upon Khomeini's fatwa. From the uprising on July 21st, 1952 to the uprising in November 2019, our nation has paid the price for its freedom. Without any doubt, it is worth of freedom and is going to achieve freedom. The mission of our generation is to overthrow the mullah's criminal regime and to restore the trampled rights of all the people of Iran. To accomplish this mission, we have had to endure nothing but torture, flogging, executions, and slanders. As I have reiterated time and again, we have not come to gain something for ourselves. We have come to sacrifice and pay the the Kizit Prize. We are determined to restore freedom and people's sovereignty in Iran, and this will happen. Long live freedom. God bless the people of Iran. Yes, this will happen. famous song in Iran regarding freedom and the sacrifices that the people have made to achieve their freedom and their rights in every aspect. ongoing battle between the tyranny and those who are making their sacrifices for freedom, saying that this will continue until freedom is achieved.
با تشکر از همه این شخصیت‌ها
Once again, I thank all the dignitaries who have joined us from across the world. I really appreciate and I please applaud for all of them for joining us today.
تشکر از دوستانی که نه همشونو ولی تعدادشون رو تونستیم ببینیم.
Once again, thanks
At last year's gathering, Senator Lieberman, inspired by the Iranian youth and resistance units who show their resolve for the overthrow of the mullahs with the motto Hazar, 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 meaning ready, 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 said, we've all learnt a phrase this weekend, Hazar, 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 and we are ready. A new day is dawning with the confluence of forces with Ashrafis in Ashraf 3, the MEK, the NCRI and the resistance units. Now resistance units have sent a message to our gathering today, once more showing their resolve and their pledge for a free Iran and the dawn of freedom with their chants Hazar, and call for a free Iran from across 120 cities in Iran. By sharing the clip of their messages on social media, you can echo their voice to the world. So share our live broadcast while watching their messages and don't forget the hashtag FreeIran2020.
درود بر رجبی زنده باد آزادی حاضر 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 حاضر
زنده باد آزادی
میتوان و باید ایران را آزاد کرد حاضر حاضر
مرگ بر اصل ولایت فقیه و زنده باد آزادی
تا آخرین قطره خون
Long live freedom. We are ready. We are ready. Long live the National Liberation Army of Iran. Long live freedom. Long live freedom. Those are resistance units in Iran, in different cities. We are ready, ready, ready. Down with dictator, long live freedom. I declare my solidarity with
خواهر مریم مقدمتان را گلباران می‌کنیم.
Dear Maryam, we are waiting for you. Long live freedom.
حاضر
حاضر حاضر زنده باد آزادی
Long live freedom.
حاضر حاضر درود بر رجبی حاضر حاضر
زنده باد آزادی حاضر حاضر
برای سرنگون کردن رژیم آخوندی اعلام
For the overthrow of the Iranian regime, we are declaring our readiness.
برای سرنگونی این رژیم حاضر حاضر حاضر
زنده باد آزادی حاضر
حاضر حاضر
حاضر حاضر حاضر
زنده باد آزادی درود بر رجبی
درود بر رجبی
Long live freedom. Hail to Rajavi.
سلام بر آزادی حاضر حاضر
شورشی جنگاور حاضر حاضر تا آخر
حاضر
The resistance units are ready until the end. I'm a unity of resistance from Ahvaz.
حاضر حاضر
بختیاری حاضر I am from Bakhtiar. I am ready. The world has to know that Masood is our leader.
حاضر حاضر حاضر
من از تهران در قرنطینه متاسفانه کرونا گرفتم. حاضر حاضر حاضر.
I have been infected with corona, but I'm still fighting. Ready, ready.
حاضر.
Long live freedom.
مریم ایران حاضر حاضر
حاضر حاضر حاضر.
دموکراسی آزادی با مریم رجوی.
Democracy and freedom with Maryam Rajavi.
حاضر حاضر حاضر.
Unity of resistance for the destruction of the Iranian Islamic regime. I declare my readiness.
تا رسیدن به آرمان آزادی و برقراری دموکراسی در این مسیر.
Until we achieve democracy and freedom, we will continue our fight.
زنده باد مریم رجوی، زنده باد آزادی.
Long live Maryam Rajavi, long live freedom.
حاضر حاضر.
زنده باد آزادی. حاضر حاضر حاضر.
حاضر حاضر حاضر.
درود بر آزادی. حاضر حاضر حاضر.
از کرج. حاضر حاضر حاضر. زنده باد ایران آزاد. حاضرم حاضر.
Long live the freedom of Iran. For the overthrow of the mullah's regime, I declare my readiness.
حاضر حاضر.
I am from Karaj and I declare my readiness. From Tehran, I join your gathering. Ready, ready, ready. Maryam, you can't count on us until the overthrow of the regime. We are ready.
After the great video from our friends in Iran, we are now joined by some of the greatest friends of the Iranian resistance in New York. Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Senator Joe Lieberman, and Senator Robert Torricelli. Please give them a stormy welcome. It is my honor to invite Mayor Rudy Giuliani to begin.
I'm joined, as you can see, by your great representative, advocate, friend, Bob Torricelli, and your equally staunch supporter, Senator Joe Lieberman, two great American leaders and two people who are very, very staunch defenders and advocates of a free, democratic, and peaceful Iran. It's an honor to be with them, and it's an honor to be with you. And it's very exciting to be part of the largest virtual gathering in the world, connecting people on Zoom. I can't imagine it. From 102 countries, almost 30,000 different locations. The event, most importantly, is broadcast live in Iran to the people in Iran who are living under terror, tyranny, oppression, and let's say to them that this gathering is for them. This is to let them know that their fight for freedom is supported around the world, that there are freedom lovers, both Iranian and of all nationalities, that support you at the highest levels of their governments. The people of Iran, through their protests, starting in November of 2019 and almost continuously every week, every day, have demonstrated the great desire they have for freedom. And they've demonstrated in a way in which they've put their lives on the line. That is a very, very powerful demonstration of just how strong the desire for freedom is in Iran. In the very early days of those protests, over 1,500 people were killed by the murderous regime of terror. And the people of Iran have made it clear to the whole world that if they could have their way, and they're going to have it, they would want a free Iran, a democratic Iran, a peaceful Iran, an Iran ruled by law, an Iran where people can practice their religion, and an Iran in which women are treated the same as men. Those are precisely the goals of the National Council for Iranian Resistance, precisely the goals of MEK, and they are the goals enunciated by Maryam Rajavi in her very, very brilliant and universal 10 principles, which are completely consistent with the highest values of the United States and similar governments. Two slogans during the protest, I think, are vital to show how the people of Iran feel, because you can see these signs consistent through many of the 300 or so protests or more that have taken place. And it says, reformists, hardliners, the game is over. And then there's one that says, down with the dictator. Now, it's one thing for me to say that and to hold that sign here in America or in the United Kingdom or in France or Germany or wherever else you are. It is another thing to hold that sign in Tehran. That's a mark of death. It is very likely or very possible that you're going to be singled out to be one of those people who's shot down on the street if you oppose the regime. It is surely likely you're going to be murdered if you support the MEK or any similar movement. There's just no question about that. And despite that, and despite the 1,500 murders right at the beginning that continue to this day, the protests are not slowing. The protests are not. Was signed by the 31 U.S. dignitaries to set forth our belief. We say, as a group, there is a beacon of hope in this dark landscape. The one organization that has done more than any other, including governments, to free Iranian citizens from tyranny and the world from fundamentalist-inspired terrorism, is the National Council of Resistance of Iran, NCRI. The NCRI strives relentlessly to ensure that hope for democracy and an end to injustice and tyranny remains alive in Iran. Additionally, with continual media outreach, publications, and meetings, it sustains international attention on the ongoing assault against humanity, and may I add, by the regime of terror. The NCRI is under the leadership of Maryam Rajavi, a woman who has the respect of all of us. She's been a hero, and she is a dedicated leader with tremendous, tremendous understanding of the plight of the Iranians and what's needed to bring Iran to a democratic alternative for the regime. I outlined before her clear program of principles about freedom of religion and, of course, gender equality. The mere fact that she's a woman leading a group like this is revolutionary. Can you imagine? Can you imagine when this terrible regime falls, and it will fall, and she's the interim leader, to have a woman as the head of state? I believe it will completely transform a great deal of the Middle East and a great deal of the world. The NCRI under Madam Rajavi offers for us the universal vision of freedom, going back to the Old Testament and all through civilizations. This has been the quest of the human heart, the human soul. And again, that's illustrated by the fearless people in Iran who demonstrate for freedom despite the fact that they can see that their lives can be taken. It happens right in front of them. The MEK is the main component of the NCRI. And with its network, it's the driving force for change. And that's the reason why the regime is singled out for murder. There are those Iranian apologists here in America and in the West, people who are paid by the Iranian regime, who say the NCRI and the MEK don't amount to much. They're a cult. They have very few followers. They have no chance to replace the regime. But then if you listen to the words of the Ayatollah and his puppet, Rouhani, just over the last year, 2 or 3 times the Ayatollah and 4 or 5 times Rouhani have said that the only threat to their regime, the only organization that has any chance to put together a government to replace them, is the NCRI and the MEK. I mean, it's amazing they would admit that, but they do. It's equally amazing that the corrupt Western press suppresses that. I can only attribute that to the power of the lobbying organizations for Iran who have sold their souls to the regime of terror. But we know the truth, and they know the truth. They know that this organization is a total threat to them. And when they see today this gathering of people taking advantage of Zoom and the new modern methods of communication, and our ability to broadcast all throughout Iran, despite their best efforts to block us, they realize they have a formidable foe. They realize and can foresee how this group could easily stand up an interim government that could be a bridge to a permanent, democratic, free, prosperous, and wonderful Iran, because the Iranian people deserve that. And the Iranian people can sustain that. The economy in Iran is collapsing. And that's a tragedy. No one wants to see that. It's horrible to see these demonstrations. And the one that sticks in my mind, I know it goes back about a year, but I can't get it out of my mind, is the man who was standing there asking for $400 or $500. He would sell one of his kidneys for $400 or $500. That means you and your family are starving. Even when Iran was getting a flow of money, like the $1.7 billion in cash that I will never understand, that was delivered to Iran as the price of the ill-fated nuclear agreement, people in Iran were starving. And now, with the much more effective sanctions that have been in effect since the new the level of poverty and the level of hunger and the level of pain in Iran is heartbreaking. The only solace is that this is what happens when revolution takes place. This is what happened in the Soviet Union that led to the collapse of a tragic that it's not recognized that this regime is on the brink right now, particularly with its handling of coronavirus, in which they allowed 70,000 or more of their people to die without any help. The government at one point allocated $1 billion to help the people, which would have been totally insufficient. And only 30% of it has been distributed. Everybody in Iran knows that the reason that the people of Iran are suffering is not only the sanctions, it's not only coronavirus, it's the fact that they still allocate tremendous sums of money to terrorist groups all over the world. They'd rather send people to bomb us in Paris or to kill some of you in America than to feed their people. They'd rather allocate money. Everyone in Iran knows that. That's why they're not only religious maniacs, they're just plain common criminals. They're crooks, thieves. When people say mullahs, they have this religious concept. To me, the mullahs are like the people who ran the mafia. The people I prosecuted who ran the mafia and extorted their people, extorted the Italian-American people, and subjugated them, except this is on a much bigger scale. And the Ayatollah is like the head of the mafia. He's a very wealthy man, the Ayatollah. And I do question his religious sincerity. No man can be a man of God that is a mass murderer. That's completely hypocritical. And then he asks people to sacrifice their life for the cause of tyranny. But does he sacrifice his life? He's not the one going out there and doing the suicide bombings, nor are the fat mullahs who are living wonderful lives off the misery of their own people. This has to be recognized, and it's only going to be recognized with the advocacy of a group like the NCRI and MEK. They're the group that is the most courageous and the most honest about what's going on in Iran. Experience has shown that dictatorship doesn't change on its own. The old saying, a leopard doesn't change its spots, is quite true, particularly a dictator. And despite all of the concessions provided under the JCPOA, the Iranian regime didn't change one bit. In fact, it got worse. It continued its suppression of the Iranian people. It continued its march to becoming a nuclear power, and it continued to be the single biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. And since America has ceased to comply with that agreement, has cut it off, and has stopped sending them billions of dollars in cash, the country's been under maximum pressure. And we've got to keep that pressure up to remove the ruling theocracy. Regime change in Iran is within reach. Don't listen to the pessimists and don't listen to the Iranian apologists who are paid to say that. It's within reach. The same things are happening in Iran that have happened numerous times in other countries. When we wake up one morning and we're surprised and we find out, oh my goodness, the Berlin Wall is coming down. Oh my goodness, the Soviet Union is no more. Poland is becoming free. It happened over a long period of time. It happened with the same conditions we're seeing now. But when it happened like that. And that's what's going to happen here. And that's the goal of the NCRI. And that's the goal of Maryam Rajavi. It's very, very simple. The goal is a free Iran that will be a contributing nation to peace in the world, to a better world. This is the heritage of the Iranian people. This is one of the great civilizations that goes back to time immemorial. How much has the Persian civilization given to us? And how much more can it give to us if it's allowed to be free? The goal of Maryam Rajavi and all of us here is not to impose anyone on the Iranian people. The goal is to see regime change There is a shadow government to handle the interim, so we don't have the situation that we had in Iraq several years ago. So the government can continue and the people can start to prosper immediately. But within less than a year, the goal is to have free and fair elections, to establish a rule of law from day one, to make certain that women participate in government to the same extent as men and in society, and that all of you are free to practice your religion as you see fit, or not practice religion, and to immediately end the nuclear program, and to make clear that Iran wants to rejoin the community of civilized nations. That'll be interim. And then the Iranian people will decide who do they want, what kind of constitution they want. That's going to happen. It's all going to happen the way I say. We're going to wake up one morning and we're going to be surprised that the regime fell. It's teetering right now. And when that happens, you're going to have your name etched in that great book of liberators. And the one whose name will be in the largest, boldest print will be Maryam Rajavi. Stand with Maryam Rajavi. Stand with Maryam Rajavi. Stand with Maryam Rajavi. Thank you. Even more than Paris.
Now, should we know when to start? Ready? Okay, thank you for that gracious introduction. I'm really honored to be here with you today via Zoom. And I'm grateful to Rudy Giuliani for hosting Bob Torricelli and me. Listening to Rudy just now, he remains as great a prosecutor today as he was in his career. And I would say, if I were the judge, I would find the regime in Tehran guilty as Rudy has charged them. I bring greetings from my wife, Hadassah, who was thrilled to be with me in Ashraf last year. And I must say it was humbling because when we left, I was convinced that Hadassah was much more popular than I was. But she sends her love and her support to you. It's an honor to be with the National Council of Resistance of Iran, the MEK, and particularly with your great leader and my dear friend, Maryam Rajavi. This is an historic event. Full meeting on Zoom in history. So it is really impressive. And let me tell you that an event a woman of strength and someone who most of all loves the people of Iran and works with a tremendous determination for that day that is coming soon And it's the purpose of our gathering today, when the people of Iran will be free. So I'm proud to join you and Rudy and everyone else in saying, I stand with Maryam Rajavi. Now, I want to say to all of you who are part of this historic meeting that you have also joined the journey of history. And as Mayor Giuliani suggested, this is the struggle that has gone on since creation between tyranny and freedom. And you have joined the side of freedom, freedom fighters all. And I say it started with creation because from the creation, every person on earth was given the birthright, the right by birth to be free. This is what the patriotic founders of America put into the first words they wrote in their Declaration of Independence in 1776, that there are self-evident truths, and one of them is that every person has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not as a result of the great men who wrote that document or the philosophers of the Enlightenment, but as an endowment from our on a fight that no one thought they could win. They were fighting for their freedom from the most powerful empire of the day, the British Empire. We've since become friends, so we try to forget that little difference of opinion we had. And the same was true for the French Revolution in the 19th century, and the tremendous resistance to Nazism and fascism during the 20th century, and of course the people who fought against all odds against the tyranny of the communist Soviet Union and prevailed. All of you who are here today around the world, and particularly the heroic resistance fighters in Iran, have put yourself in the path of those who preceded, fighting against odds that others thought were insurmountable, and yet emerging victorious as you are today. You know, a great American leader, Dr. Martin Luther King, famously said, "The arc of the moral universe bends slowly, but it bends toward justice." But he also understood, and he said, that each of us has the capacity to bend that arc more quickly toward justice and freedom than it otherwise would bend. And that's what you are doing today. I am proud as an American to stand with the NCRI, the MEK, and Maryam Rajavi, because your values are American values. Your interests are American interests, and your enemy, this fanatical, aggressive, suppressive, tyrannical, terrorist-supporting, corrupt regime in Iran is our enemy. As America looks for ways to change this regime, to end this threat to our security from the regime in Iran, there is no better allies. There's no more natural alliance than with the NCRI. Is there another opposition group? Frankly, are there many groups in the world who could have organized a meeting like this globally? I don't think so. Is there another group in opposition to the Iranian regime on behalf of the Iranian people with support in Iran anywhere near the NCRI? No. So I say to the skeptics and the doubters and the paid lobbyists against the NCRI, what we are doing in America, those of us who so strongly support the NCRI and Maryam Rajavi, who you will hear during this day, is doing what is not only the interest in our universal values of freedom as expressed in the Declaration of Independence, but in the interest of the security of the American people. Rudy had said it, others have said it. This regime is weakening. The decision of the Trump administration to break out of the Iran in the right direction. The pressure has weakened the regime in Iran. The increasing courage and protest from the Iranian people gives us hope that the day that we're dreaming of is coming. There are still people who will say to you, and they're here in America, and they will be here until we defeat their arguments, okay, let's go back to the table and negotiate with this regime in Tehran. But they haven't learned. We tried that, and the regime in Iran still brutally suppresses the human rights of their people. The regime in Iran still steals the wealth of the Iranian people, still sponsors terrorism around the region and the world, still sponsors aggression throughout the region and the world, still builds nuclear missiles and the weapons that they want to put on them to attack their neighbors, Europe, and yes, the United States of America. Should I continue? Okay, sorry. I was hoping you were hearing me. Let me say, therefore, that we have reached a point where we can conclude, after all that has been tried with this criminal syndicate that is holding the people and history and culture of Iran hostage, that everything that has been tried has not worked. And since the regime in Tehran has proven itself that it will not change, we must together act to change the regime. It will come from the resistance fighters in Iran, so many of whom we've seen today. And it will, and when they do turn their resistance into rebellion, we in the rest of the world, particularly in the United States, must stand with them and support them. I am convinced that is a day that is coming, and I am ready, Hazer, for that day. This is a beautiful term, Hazer. It's not just ready, though it means ready. It's ready to fight. It's ready to work. It's ready every day to bring about freedom for the people of Iran. Hazer. It's ready to liberate the economic dreams of the people of Iran from the thieves who have stolen their future from them. It's ready to again bring forth the great culture of Persia and Iran. It's ready for the peace that will come to the Middle East and so much of the rest of the world when there is a new regime and a new day, Nowruz, and a new Iran. Hazer, Hazer, Hazer. Now, I want to close by trying to make another little bit of history. And I want to ask you to join me from wherever you are, 30,000 locations, 100+ countries in the world. In a moment, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. When I finish that, I want you to join me 3 times in shouting out Hazer. I want us to shout it out so loud that it will reach to the heavens, where it will draw smiles and approval, and it will reach to the inner chambers of the evil regime in Tehran, where it will evoke trembles of fear, because we are ready for a free Iran. Okay, are you now ready?
Ready.
Ready. 1, 2, 3. Hazer! 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 Thank you. God bless you.
Gooden from Texas. We are pleased to invite Congressman Paul Gosar from Arizona. Please welcome Congressman Gosar.
خوشبختیم که نماینده کنگره آقای پال گوسار از آریزونا رو داشته باشیم. بفرمایید آقای پال گوسار.
Hello, friends at the 2020 Free Iran Summit in Albania. For over 40 years, the regime in Tehran.
سلام بر دوستان ایران آزاد 2020.
And other minorities, and also terrorizing the Middle East as well as around.
این کار بر علیه رژیم ایرانه که بر علیه مردم خودشه. پشتیبان تروریسم در همه جهانه و من خودم رو وارد این کنفرانس کردم و به این کنفرانس آمدم که یک ایران سکولار، دموکراتیک و صلحجو داشته باشیم تحت هدایت خانم مریم رجوی و مقاومت بر علیه همه نوع سرکوب توسط رژیم. ما پشتیبانی میکنیم از مردم ایران، از ترامپ. دولت آمریکا باید نشون بده که بر علیه ظلم و ستم یک رهبری در دست داره و این کار رو باید در ایران انجام بده. باید یک تحریم تسلیحاتی بر علیه رژیم ایران باشه. همچنین باید کلید سازمان ملل بر علیه رژیم رو بزنه. مردم ایران یک مقاومت بسیار سرزنده دارن که تحت هدایت خانم مریم رجویه. من باید بگویم که یک دیالوگ باز و صادقانه با این اپوزیسیون دموکراتیک لازمه که دولت آمریکا انجام بده، که باید در آمریکا انجام بشه. کنگره باید یک سیاست مهم رو پیشنهاد بده که این کار انجام بشه. رژیم ایران یک رژیم تروریستی بین المللی است و به همین دلیل زمان موضع گیری بر علیه آن رسیده و باید سرنگون بشه. خدا شما رو حفظ کنه.
To hear from Senator Martha McSally from Arizona.
سخنگوی بعدی خانم مارتا مکسلی از ایالت آریزونا است.
Hello, it's such a wonderful honor to be for my background, I served 26 years in our Air Force. I deployed 6 times to the Middle East and Afghanistan. I was a fighter pilot and the first woman in U.S. history to fly in combat and command a fighter squadron in combat. So I just want to say today, we are with you, the freedom-loving people of Iran. We are with you. We stand with you. God created us all with a desire to be free, and I'm so grateful for all you do to stand up for the Iranian people and their God-given freedoms. I'm also grateful for your focus on equal participation of women in the political, social, and economic future of Iran. You all know, and you've been hearing from many amazing speakers today about the dangerous Iranian regime. And it's time for the Iranian people to be able to have their own voice, to be able to govern themselves and to have fundamental human rights and freedoms. They are the largest state sponsor of terror. They have many hundreds of my fellow servicemen and women's blood. in the region and the dangerous nature that they are in the world, but also their authoritarian regime and the crackdown that it's had on human rights for the Iranian people and the imprisonment and the death of so many brave Iranians who have been standing up for their own basic freedoms and rights that everybody deserves. I stood against the awful deal with Iran. I thought it was weak and it didn't address their other malevolent activity. And it just gave them an influx of cash to be able to continue with their repressive internal actions and their terrorist sponsoring activities in the region. So I agreed in us pulling out of that deal. And the maximum pressure campaign that President Trump and his administration have been putting on Iran, we have shown that it's working. It's squeezing off their cash. They need cash in order to continue to have repression and oppression against the Iranian people and funding their terrorist activities and proxy wars around the region. We must continue in a unified way with our European partners to support the maximum pressure campaign. I know we have some European partners here today. We need you to stand with us and with the Iranian people. There needs not to be a wedge between us. We need to be unified in a maximum pressure campaign and the snapback of sanctions, and also to ensure that the arms embargo continues into the future. There needs to be pressure also on Russia and China. I'm deeply concerned about the reports, but it's not surprising, of China and continued engagement with the regime and the mullahs trying to somehow go around what the freedom-loving people of the world are trying to do to change the behavior of the totalitarian regime and provide more opportunities for the Iranian people. So China and Russia we stand with you. There are many actions in the United States Senate that I'm supporting and many others are supporting on both sides of the aisle to stand with the brave Iranian people. At least 1,500 were killed in these last protests, likely more, so many more imprisoned. You are putting everything on the line for your God-given freedoms. God bless you all. Our prayers are with you and we stand with you that you will be free.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Congressman Lance Gooden from Texas. Please give a welcome to Congressman Gooden.
You're on.
Hi, I'm Congressman Lance Gooden from the state of Texas in the United States Congress, and I want to say hello to everyone today and thank you for having me. About a year ago, I was there in that room with you in Albania, and I had a wonderful experience, and I had conversations with so many of you, and I just want to encourage you and thank you for what you're doing. I also want to let you know that the members of the United States Congress are fully behind you. The president is behind you. And no matter what you see in the news about division in United States politics, it is true, we argue and disagree on many things, but on one matter that we're all in agreement on, it's that the people of Iran deserve to be free. And we stand with you in your fight. I feel like we are making great progress. These are difficult times all across the world right now. But I want to encourage you and thank you for what you're doing. And thank you to Madam Rajavi for all she's doing. She is fighting alongside you and making progress that we've never seen before here in the U.S. And I'm encouraged and I look forward to being with you next year, not in Albania, but in Iran together when we're there and you're back in your country and the people of Iran are free. I want to encourage the young people who may be watching this to continue your fight, continue your resistance, and be encouraged that you're not alone in your fight and that the people in governments around the world, especially the United States, are firmly behind you. Thank you so much. Good luck to you and God bless.
Thank you, Congressman Gooden. At this moment,
We're going to hear from someone who has tied his life and reputation to the struggle of the Iranian people for freedom. Please help me welcome Senator Robert Torricelli.
Hour to the struggle of your homeland. And then a special recognition, if I could, to some of the people I admire most, the point of the spear in the struggle for Iranian freedom, the residents of Ashraf, who also spend there every waking hour thinking about how to maneuver the Iranian people into a new, prosperous, and free future. I know that we have met many times before, but every signal from every corner is that we are now writing the last chapter in this struggle for freedom. Mayor Giuliani cited before the great wisdom of struggles often comes not from its leaders, but from the streets, from people themselves who are putting themselves on the line. And you can hear in cities and towns all across Iran today a common message. Reformers, hardliners, the game is up. The game is up. It is over. Or simply, give us our country back. The Shah, the mullahs, dictators all, give us our country back. The people are speaking to us. As in the past we had to speak to them, now the voice is theirs, across the country. In every struggle, we look for milestones. Are we closer this year than last year? How is this year different than times before? The evidence is overwhelming and sometimes captured in single events. For many people in Iran, the inability of the mullahs to speak the truth, even about the destruction of the Ukrainian airliner, getting caught lying to desperate families, the people of Iran, the people of the world, other governments, that you tell the truth about a singular, obvious event, told it all. Because if you can't tell the truth to a mother and father about the loss of their children shooting down an airliner, can you be telling the truth about government, resources? Can you be trusted with the future of a nation? And then the pandemic. At a time when the world is spending trillions of dollars, marshaling all of its resources to save people from the pandemic, in Iran, tens of thousands of deaths, and money not going, or their families, or hospitals, or buying medical equipment, but to revolutions and terrorist attacks in Lebanon and Yemen, to building an atomic weapon which has done nothing but ostracize Iran from the civilized nations of the world, to pay the salaries of the Revolutionary Guards. This is how you would spend your resources? Not medical care, not food, not keeping employment, but even in the face of the pandemic, maintaining terrorist attacks? These are your priorities? This is how what was clear to many of us years ago has become clear now to people across Iran. The game is up. We see you now for who you are. Today, the international community has probably the most effective embargo and economic isolation of Iran in history. This is not an American problem. The Iranian government has reached out to the Europeans, and they have said no. They have reached out to regimes across the world. Today, for the first time in human history, repressive regimes denying all freedom, all economic opportunity, all prosperity is limited to but a handful of nations: North Korea, Cuba, and the largest among them, Iran. These few regimes are all that stands between general recognition of economic opportunity and some modicum of freedom at least, and global opportunity. The world stands united as never before. But yet, as my country was reminded in a time of peril of our own, to some generations much is given. Of this generation, much is expected. I know it is not fair for young Iranians. Other generations of Iranians in a long and proud history have lived free and in prosperity. Indeed, Iranian civilization under the Persian kingdoms was the center of world progress. I know it's not fair, but it is reality. The young of Iran are going to have to earn their own freedom, their own time of prosperity. And we can offer words. Maryam Rajavi can offer leadership. The people of Ashraf can give their efforts. People around the world can give their dollars and their euros and their yen. But in the end, this will be won on the streets. Today in Iran, if you are hearing our words, take a quiet moment. Everyone can do something. Decide upon your role, how you will stand with Maryam Rajavi. If you're an oil worker, do you really want the product that you're pulling out of the earth to go to fueling the corruption of the mullahs who are sending billions of dollars to Swiss bank accounts, or fueling terrorist attacks across the world? Is this what you want of your labor? You can do something to slow down production. If you're a student, even among your studies, you have a moment you can take to the streets. If you're a shopkeeper, can you not withhold some taxation that is going to fund the Revolutionary Guards? Everyone can. Tired, if you're unemployed, if you're at home, a simple slogan printed on a wall can inspire other Iranians. Choose what you want to do. Thousands have died. Tens of thousands have been imprisoned. We are not asking you to do that. We're asking you to do something. Hazer, Hazer, Hazer. Stand with Maryam Rajavi. Take a stand. We will never abandon you. We are all with you till the end. Iran will rejoin the family of nations, but you need to take your stand today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful remarks, Senator Torricelli. In this part of the program, we have the opportunity to hear from the former Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives,
What is always interesting is the bipartisan support of US lawmakers and personalities from across the spectrum when it comes to standing by the Iranian people and the Iranian resistance. And in fact, this has come to form a bond and mutual respect between people from across the aisle.
To share my support for the leadership that you've shown, and particularly that Mrs. Rajavi has shown, in continuing to stand up to the dictatorship in Tehran, to stand for the right of the people of Iran to have a freely elected government of their own choice and to have a chance of a better future, a prosperous future, a free and democratic future. I think we have this strange moment in history where, on the one hand, the dictatorship is clearly getting weaker. The sanctions are beginning to have a deep effect. The drop in the price of oil had a deep effect. There are many things going on that I think are convincing people, and you see this in demonstrations and concerns and the degree to which the regime feels it's under pressure. On the other hand, the very pressure that's being put on the dictatorship leads it to be more aggressive internationally, more aggressive in Syria and in Lebanon, more aggressive in trying to find ways to get to weapons that will enable it to threaten its neighbors and to blackmail the region. So I think we're in a race between those of us who believe in freedom and those of us who believe that the Iranian people have every right to be free, and those who would ultimately use some kind of a war or a military adventure to try to arouse nationalism to save what is a decaying, weaker, and steadily, I think, more in danger dictatorship. I want to thank each of you for staying involved. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you for this great meeting, and I know, as always, that it will be remarkable and that it will have a great number of people involved. And I want you to know that for me as a private person, I am totally committed to doing everything I can to help the people of Iran have the kind of freedom, the kind of openness, the kind of decent society, and the kind of positive, healthy economy that you want them to have. So I hope you have a great meeting, and I want you to know that you have my support for continuing to do everything we can to help the Iranian people achieve the future they deserve. Thank you very, very much.
Dear friends, now I would like to announce the list of honorable members of parliament and distinguished personalities from Arab countries who have joined us for the Free Iran Global Summit today. These dignitaries are Dr. Sid Ahmad Ghazali, Jawad Al-Annani, Khalid Al-Yamani, Dr. Huda Nasser, Dr. Riyaz Yassin, Mohammed Askar, Dr. Huda Badran, Ahmad Jarallah, Bassam Al-Amush, Dr. Azza Haikal, Ali Zayed, Najime Taitai, Saleh Al-Qallab, Faisal Al-Rafu, Naime Farrah, Dr. Jamal Al-Tahami, Dr. Ayham Al-Samirai, George Sabra, Yahya Abu Hatam, Tahir Boumedra, Dr. Isa Al-Khashashana, Dr. Wasfi Haddad, Abid Al-Muhsiri, Dr. Muhammad Al-Ayasiri, Muhammad Al-Zoubi, Muhammad Al-Atayiqi, Haya Muflih, Hazim Al-Majali, Khadija Ziani, Thuraya Faraj, Ayesha Lablak, Ahmed Rafat, Dr. Nasser Al-Hariri, Mufid Fauzi, Sheikh Taysir Al-Tamimi, Dr. Zakaria Sheikh, Dr. Sumaya Al-Jawdar, Dr. Muhammad Al-Haj, Nariman Rausan, Jamal Bu Hassan, Dr. Isa Ahmad Turki, Ulfi Al-Juwaini, Ramzi Faraj, Dr. Anwar Malik, Rashid Fayed, Maria Malouf, Dr. Tariq Wahbi, Michel Kilo, Dr. Najat Saeed, Naayem Salame.
Use the recorded video, please.
We are now going to hear from the representative of a brother nation who has suffered at the hands of a common enemy. Let's give a warm welcome to the former Foreign Minister of Yemen, Mr. Khalid Yamani.
extend to you the thanks of millions of the people of Yemen as his legitimate government who are receiving on daily basis, who are suffering, and I extend to you the thanks of the support of all the people who are leading the uprising against the mullahs dictatorship, the decaying dictatorship. I wish for your conference all the success in gathering, harnessing the support to defeat the dictatorship in Iran and build a new prosperous and terrorism, state terrorism, and its systemic oppression against its people and its democratic aspirations will not succeed. The expansion policies through its terrorist arms, such as Al-Quds Corps, led by Qasem Soleimani, and the militias, the illegal militias in Lebanon, Yemen, and Iraq, and continuing target of the sea passages and Hormuz Strait, and smuggling missiles and weapons to Houthis militias in Yemen to kill and target the civilians in Yemen and in Saudi Arabia. This is an extreme violation of the international law and the United Nations. The regime in Iran is considered a threat to the Iranian people and to the interest of the people in the region, and as long as this regime prolongs, the oppression and corruption and poverty will remain in Iran and wars in the region. We have called in the Republic of Yemen, called upon the United Nations Security Council to abide by their duties and continue the embargo on the Iranian regime. And from here, I would ask the Iranian youth to send a memorandum, a message, signed, a petition by millions ships of this regime on and put them on the sanctions list, in addition to filing lawsuits before the international court. The Iranian people wants this regime to fall, and it needs international support to its uprising and to MEK and to NCRI, as they are the alternative to this terrorist regime in Iran. Today, the Yemeni people, the free Yemeni people who was fighting against the expansionist project in Yemen, is supporting the coalition led by Saudi Arabia, is standing behind you in the same trench against this dictatorship and in your uprising. Today, I would extend support to the principles of Mrs. Maryam Rajawi of Iran, of free Iran, Iran of peace and peaceful Zindabad Qiyam, and peace and blessing to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamani. Thank you for your remarks. We are now going to have a musical performance, a remix of music from 120 years.
The Iranian people's struggle for freedom is like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The battle for freedom in Iran has played out. Despite all the brutalities and harsher situations, a new dawn is approaching, with Ashraf III at its helm as a symbol of the organized resistance of the Iranian people for freedom, and it spread throughout Iran in the form of thousands of resistance units and thousands of Ashrafs. In a society that will only be satisfied with the overthrow of dictators, we take a quick look at the history of Iran.
ز خون رنگین میتوان تو را گفتن پیشوای آزادی میتوان تو را گفتن پیشوای
جان 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 یه جنگل ستاره داره جان جان یه جنگل ستاره داره
یه جنگل ستاره داره جان جان یه جنگل ستاره داره
ای سرود آوران سپیده ای شهیدان در خون تپیده مژده مژده شد ستمگن خشم مردم
آید از ملک ایران زمین رش خلق ایران به گوش بر تن و جان اهریمنان لرز افتاده از این خروش وقتی از ستمگران تیر هر کرانه شد روشن از مجاهدین چهره زمانه شد
Thank you very much for the magnificent performance by artists and musicians of the Iranian resistance. Now we are going back to New York.
Not us, artists and musicians. Madam Rajavi, it is my pleasure on behalf of 31 of your very, very loyal, long supporters in the United States, including, of course, Bob Torricelli, Joe Lieberman, and all of the others who are faithfully with you every year and then whenever needed to help with this great cause. We have this letter that we'd like to deliver to you to talk about the importance of the NCRI to the fight for freedom in Iran, how crucial it's been, and how important it is to support it, because it's really the vehicle that we have to a democratic government. And also to express our admiration to you, because There is one leader of this group that stands above.
Mayor Giuliani, Senator Lieberman, Senator Torricelli, the distinguished American personalities, thank you for your support for the people of Iran, of the Iranian regime, accountable. Leaders of this regime have committed crimes against humanity and must be brought to justice. This regime is responsible for 120,000 political executions involved. It is time for the international community to take action. I call on all freedom-loving people you. Thank you.
Now we're joined once again by our fellow compatriots who are having their rally in Berlin's Brandenburg Square.
Should I go on the stage?
No, stage. Go to the stage and think it's better.
خواهان و برادران گرامی مجدداً اسامی ضد شورشی رو که معطوف به اعلام شدن رو
compatriots have joined us from their gathering in The Hague. Hello, everyone. And I would like to invite Ms. Mona Dolati, representing the Youth Association in the Netherlands, to begin her remarks.
در اینجا با جوانان ایرانی در این گرد همایی جمع شدیم.
We have gathered here with the Iranian youth in this conference to be the voice of the thousands of youth inside of Iran. We are the voices of Ali Younesi, Amir Hossein Moradi, Saeed Tamjidi, and hundreds and thousands of resistance activists. We are the voice of the young resistance activists. We are the resistance activists ourselves. Resistance against the supreme leader who is the main coronavirus. We all know that this coronavirus has become a pandemic has spread to all countries. Countering and fighting coronavirus is their main objective. But for the rulers of my country, it's a gift. They're using this virus against their own people. Every day, more than hundreds of people, and until today, more than 70,000 have been massacred by the rulers in Iran. Everyone around the world are trying to find a vaccine for coronavirus, but in my country, there's only one vaccine to counter coronavirus. And that vaccine is resistance, and resisting fire with fire, regime change, regime change, regime change. We have gathered in this conference to express our solidarity for the Iranian resistance. The Iranian resistance who said that the only way to freedom is through the resistance units, alongside the Iranian Liberation Army with the leadership of Mrs. Maryam Rajavi. And as Marjan, who passed away recently, we say, you may, even if you beat us, and if you arrest us, even if you kill us, what will you do with the new generation that will rise up and to follow our cause?
Thank you, Ms. Dolati, and all our friends in The Hague. Now I have the honor to invite a distinguished friend of the NCRI and the Iranian resistance, the former Prime Minister of Canada.
Azadi, Iran, Maryam. 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 Azadi, Maryam. Azadi, Iran, Maryam. Azadi, Iran, Maryam. Azadi, Iran, Maryam. Azadi, Iran, Maryam. Azadi.
شورش اسیان پیروزی ایران مریم آزادی شورش اسیان پیروزی ایران.
I have the honor to invite a distinguished friend of the NCRI and the Iranian resistance, the former Prime Minister of Canada.
It's your
Please
turn.
welcome the Honorable Stephen Harper.
Stephen Harper. این صداشو بستیم بی خودیم بستیم واقعا الان نیستش خودش میاد بی خود بستیم این رو میکروفون خودت ببند
He's muted.
Governments and people may be united in the fight against coronavirus, but in Iran, the regime and the virus are united against the people. We will never know the real number of coronavirus infections and deaths in the mullah's regime. Well, what we do know is that no country was so quickly overwhelmed by the cases and so unable to genuinely help its people. And it was unwilling, it was unable because it is unwilling. The regime's priorities remain not the health and welfare of its citizens, but the spread of its ideological hatred, the backing of its regional terror network, and of course, the furthering of its apocalyptic nuclear program. What greater proof can there be of the regime's population? But that's what has happened. The Ayatollah's regime has breached almost all of its commitments under the JCPOA nuclear deal, continuing to accumulate low-enriched uranium, continuing its work on nuclear missile delivery systems, and continuing to keep its nuclear facilities operating, and continuing to refuse to grant access to inspectors, no doubt, to cover up the true scale of its deception. But deception is no substitute for strength, and the regime is not strong, it is weakening. Today, its allies from Lebanon to Syria and Iraq and Yemen and Gaza are experiencing enormous economic pain and popular unrest. And of course, with the economic situation deteriorating at home, corruption rampant with explosions and fires widely reported, street protests continue to break out in Iran itself. They do so despite the real risk of death for the protesters and despite the disinformation campaigns that the regime wages against its opponents, including most frequently against this organization. Still, the regime has never looked weaker than at the very moments when it has tried to show strength. Yes, it was able to shoot down a defenseless commercial airliner, killing 63 of my fellow Canadian citizens and many others in the process. But its attempt to hit back at those who can defend themselves, at American, Israeli, and Saudi assets, those have been brushed away like annoying insects, with its supposedly all-powerful terror leader, Soleimani, eliminated in the blink of an eye. The regime is ready to fall, and the regime is ready to be replaced. This organization, the National Council of Resistance of Iran, has adopted a 10-point plan, including democracy and free elections, pluralism and human rights, justice and the rule of law, peaceful coexistence and gender equality, private property and a market economy, the separation of religion and state, and of course, a non-nuclear Iran. Friends, I've never claimed to be able to tell the Iranian people who their government should be, only that it is the Iranian people themselves who have the right to choose it. But surely this 10-point plan is what all people of good faith wish to see in a reformed and reborn Iranian nation. So I say, stand with Miriam Rajavi and with all those people and organizations around the world who seek a free, democratic, and peaceful future for Iran and its people. Friends, continue your struggle, keep hope alive, and prepare for the new Iran that will come to pass through your efforts. And thank you for allowing me to be part once again of this great event. Good health and blessings to all of you. Azer, Azer, Azer.
Thank you very much for the wonderful remarks by Mr. Harper. Next, we are going to be joined by a prominent woman in the world of politics, the former French Minister of Foreign Affairs, Defense and Home Affairs. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Michelle Alliot-Marie.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est pour moi un...
Hello to everybody. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you and to be with you. And I would like to thank Mariam Rajavi for her invitation, even if the circumstances are a little bit different. And I would like to say publicly, I admire you. And I would like to express my admiration. We know each other we have known each other for 10 years now, and I see that you continue your fight with courage, with determination, and whatever the threats are, what the risks are for your fight for freedom, for democracy, for the question of the lay men and women in Iran, and for the fight of women and citizens. And this is my admiration for you. You are a voice that is really important in the world. It is really important for this question. It is true that we don't have this same atmosphere as a meeting in person, but this meeting with Zoom is really important because we can be united, and it's really a success. It is really important, and I would like to also thank my colleague, member of the parliament, of the government, and all the personalities that are all over the world united in this international conference, and that is organized in a dematerialized world with Zoom. We are from different countries, we are very different countries, we are from different political opinions, but we are together. We are together because we have things in common, and what we have in common, it is a will to defend and stand for the human values, the values of democracy, the values of freedom, the values of peace in the world, and this is what we have in common, and that's what we want for Iran. We would like that the citizens in Iran would be, like in all countries, benefit of this freedom of spirit, of thinking, or that you have the possibility of being religious or being secular. It is up to them. That they could have the capacity to serve their country. We are there and here to be supporting Iran, this wonderful nation that has a very important history for thousands of years, and it is a pity that they cannot benefit for what we have in our countries: freedom, democracy, and also the possibility to express ourselves freely. But we would like also to express our worries, because we are in a world, living in a world which is extremely dangerous, and we need to look for peace, especially for the problem due to nuclear weapons and what has happened in different countries like Yemen. And Iran doesn't play the role of a fair game. We have seen what the Belgian justice has been doing with this diplomat. And for this question of terrorism, is going to be judged for that. And it is a real worry for all of us. And it is high time to understand what is important. And it is also the new era for the Iranians, citizen Iranians, and the wake of a new era for everybody. It's not up to us to say we are going to choose the government. It is up to the Iranians to do it. But what we say, this is what we will pledge, and this is what we regret, because I would like that Iran could join the Club of Nations, and this is really important for Iran to be in the international game. This is why we are here together. My personal will is a will as a woman, and to see women in Iran that could be also there with their ambitions as a citizen, that could also serve the nation with their intelligence, their studies. And I have the opportunity to live in a country like France, where women have the possibility to have all responsibilities, political, economic responsibilities. And it is a very important opportunity for me. Really, I could lead all the different missions I had, and it is really important to have a door open for women in government, because they have a new look, a new way of acting, which is a little bit different in this respect of the citizen, in this respect of the more fragile citizen, like the children, and to have also the possibility to secure peace, because all the most fragilized person always pay the high price in this kind of regime. And it is really important that all the young Iranian women could follow the example of Maryam Rajavi, and that they could be there and to fight for their freedom, to fight for their liberties, to fight for the respect of the human rights and the respect of democracy. This is something really important. Maryam Rajavi, you are an example for all women all over the world, and this is really important to follow the example of your fight. We shouldn't say who you are going to choose, but we have the whole admiration for what you have been doing so far, and I wish you to all the Iranians and citizens, and especially to Iranian women, to be able to serve their country, to have all the possibility to realize their ambitions at the service of peace. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Aliomari.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Aliomari, for your support.
Our next speaker is a passionate friend of the Iranian people and resistance and a staunch advocate of freedom and democracy. Please welcome former Congressman Patrick Kennedy.
Hello, all my friends in Tirania and the new Ashraf. It's so good to be with you. You have all been in carrying on this message of freedom and hope, because you have literally had to rebuild your culture and your home many times over. In Iraq, after the bombings in Iraq by the Iranian puppets, and now that you're in a Tirania, how beautiful it is that you're in Tirania, but the future Ashraf will be in Tehran. And that's where we will meet next time we have a meeting like this, provided we can extinguish the virus. And the virus is a virus of religious fascism. And the virus of religious fascism has made the people of Iran very sick. The virus of religious fascism and the mullahs have cost the lives of millions of Iranians. The virus of the mullahs, of religious fascism, needs to be extinguished. And we know that the principles of Madam Rajavi, we know the principles of NCRI, MEK, are those things that are going to provide that vaccination, that's going to bring a hope and a future to the people of Iran. Because it is that 10-point plan, it is that inspired leadership of Madam Rajavi that is really going to bring democracy, freedom, human rights, all of the things that are going to extinguish this awful, insidious virus of religious fascism and help replace it with the kind of society that will allow the great people of a historic civilization of Persia to thrive and to once again lead the world in literature and art, in thought and democracy. And how great it is that we have an organization like NCRI and MEK that is helping to bring that day about. But unfortunately, as has been said by my colleagues before me, history demands a very big price be paid for freedom. My uncle was killed flying over Europe in World War II, trying to go after Nazism and Hitler. And it was really right there in the celebration at Brandenburg Gate that my uncle, President Kennedy, made the very famous comments, Ich bin ein Berliner, when he really said the message for that generation, which is that freedom now is going to be tested whether we could stand up to communism. And as my colleagues have said, we managed to stand that test, but many people died. I think it can be said for my generation, for the young people in Iran particularly, that their generation is the generation that is going to turn the page of this generation's biggest test for freedom, and that is whether we can push the mullahs into the dustbin of history, and we can bring the great people of Iran back to the world stage, and to bring not only their human rights back, but in the process bring a great economy. And the Iranian diaspora, this is a fight of all human beings, because as Martin Luther King said, a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And certainly we know, as the leading state sponsor of terrorism, that Iran is a threat to justice and peace and stability everywhere in the world. And that is why it is so incumbent upon all of us who are gathered around the world in over 100 countries and 30,000 locations that we join together. And it's really the NCRI MEK that's going to permit that day to come about, where we can transition from this terrible period in history, which has been dominated by the Shah and been dominated by the mullahs who really extorted the people of Iran for their own personal gain, for us to go back to a time of a great civilization where people who are the most educated in the world came from Iran. And so I am so honored to be with all of you again, as I have been so many times before, but let's make sure next time we get a vaccination. And when we get that vaccination and have NCRI and MEK and all of those who are fighting for freedom in Iran help to deliver it for the people of Iran, for a free Iran, we will be able to meet in person in a new and free Iran. And we will go from Tirania to Tehran. And when we do, and over the course of the next period of time that takes, I join with all of my friends in saying that we're all ready. Hauser, Hauser, Hauser. Man Irani Hastam, Man Ashrafi Hastam. God bless and best to all of you, and look forward to freedom in the future at our next gathering in Tehran.
Iran through music, entitled In the Search for Freedom.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the honorable officials and members of parliament, as well as some of the distinguished personalities from Albania who have joined us for the Free Iran Global Summit today. Pandeli Maiko, Minister of State, former Prime Minister of Albania. Sali Berisha, former President and Prime Minister of Albania. Lulzim Basha, leader of the Democratic Party. Fatmir Medio, leader of the Republican Party. Espaho, leader of the Democratic Party group in the parliament. Grida Duma, member of parliament and spokesperson for the Democratic Party in the parliament. Nard Nedoka, leader of the Christian Democratic Party, member of parliament. Members of parliament, Endri Hassa, Clotilda Ferhati, Fadel Nasufi, Oriola Pampuri, Fatbarda Kadillo, Ervin Saliani, Anastas Angeli, Boyar Cella, Halim Kosovo. Former members of parliament, Namich Kopliko, Piero Lutai, Pierin Andreo, Yuli Zicheshti, Arbiola Halimi, Mimosa Heydar Metai, Alma Mele, Director of the Interior Ministry, Fatus Klosi, former Director of the State Intelligence Service, Cemal Lami, former President of General Investigation, Lotfi Dervishi, political analyst and TV anchorman, Dashmir Uruji, President of Civil Society Union.
Our next speaker is someone who is known and admired by all residents of Ashraf 3. A great friend in difficult times, please welcome Minister of State and former Prime Minister of Albania,
Dear
Mr.
friends,
Pandeli
dear
Maiko.
Madam Rajavi, today I stand before of you not only as Albanian, I speak to you as a friend. I am not here to represent the government of Albania. Its actions speak louder than my words ever could. I am here to speak for all those voices which cannot be heard, mothers, daughters, fathers, sons, and Albanian families. I want to say that Camp Liberty in Albania, you are part of our family. You are in our faith. And unwritten law stands back of each one who fights to defend freedom. Mujahideens are not the problem of Iran. They are a flag of the future freedom of their country. Freedom, first of all, is humility and hope. Mujahideens are the unwritten rule of freedom. This is a reason why they are the flag of hope, where the choices reflects their bravery. Dear friends, every day it's a good day. It's a good day to think about responsibility. In democracy, this is an expression of will. In Iran, this is a matter of existence. It's a good day today to think about responsibility. Thank you for reminding this today. The day to be in Tehran together will be a good day too. Thank you and best wishes for all of you.
The next Albanian leader to address our gathering is the leader of the Democratic Party of Albania. Please help me welcome Mr. Lulzim Basha.
It is an honor to address this event on behalf of the Democratic Party of Albania, a member of the European People's Party, the EPP, and of the International Democratic Union, IDU. At all times, whether governing or in opposition, we have and continue to remain committed to and in solidarity with the Iranian people's aspiration for freedom, democracy, and respect for fundamental human rights and liberties. The Iranian government has throughout the last decades shown a repeated behavior of unprovoked aggression and violence against its own people, against its neighbors, and indeed against the global community of nations. The consequences of such conduct have taken a high toll, from murder and torture targeting ordinary Iranian citizens, to the violent suppression of political manifestations in 1999, 2009, and 2017, and the killing of countless Iranian protesters in November 2019, to targeting US personnel from Lebanon to Iraq, to harboring, aiding, and launching terrorist organizations. The Iranian regime has confirmed that it is willing to do whatever it takes to maintain its grip on power at the cost of innocent lives and regional stability. Today's event, however, is yet another testimony that this only strengthens the international community's resolve to counter these threats. I want to strongly commend the bipartisan US Congress Resolution number 374 of June 17, 2020, and express our full support for it. Our position is clear. And to its structured drive to export fundamentalism in Albania and our region. We support the Iranian people and their goal for a democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Republic of Iran. We support the Iranian people's desire for change and commend Madam Rajavi's 10-point plan for the future of Iran, which offers the people of Iran a free, secular, and democratic country. I and the Democratic Party of Albania stand with the people of Iran who are continuing to hold legitimate and peaceful protests against an oppressive and corrupt regime. The future is born through sacrifice. And in Albania, we know very well that the price of freedom weighs heavy on suppressed nations. But there is no other way to secure a better future than the way of resistance and struggle for the fundamental features of the human being, dignity and liberty. We have faith that a better future is within reach for all the people of Iran, and for that we thank you, Madam Rajavi, and all of you sacrificing for that future. You can continue to count on our fullest measure of support. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basha. Now we're going to hear a message from the former President and Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Sali Berisha, who was instrumental in the PMOI relocation.
Greeting message to the Global Summit Free Iran from former President of Albania and former Prime Minister Professor Dr. Sali Berisha. Honorable Madam President Rajavi, distinguished senior officials, parliamentarians, congressmen, senators, and prominent friends of the Iranian resistance, freedom fighters participating in the Free Iran Global Summit, ladies and gentlemen. It is a special honor and privilege for me to greet Madam President Rajavi and all leaders of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, members and supporters of your strong movement for a free Iran, all those who participate in this event from dozens of countries around the world. And I wish the Global Summit of Free Iran complete success in its work. Dear friends, 2020 is one of the most difficult years for humanity since the time of the Second World War due to the COVID-19 pandemic, from which 14 million people have suffered until today, and nearly 600,000 lost their lives. But this year has been more severe than all the others for your compatriots in Iran who faced the uncontrolled pandemic and the mullah's savage oppression with killings, torture, and imprisonment of hundreds and thousands of members and supporters of your movement. But with all this, I think this summit finds your resistance as the only real hope for the liberation of your strong nation and closer to the realization of its major goal, a free Iran. The uprising of November 2019, with 1,500 sons and daughters, the free martyrs of your nation who fell to become immortal, deeply shook the foundations of the mullah's regime. The well-deserved punishment of the notorious terrorist leader Qasem Soleimani dealt a fatal blow to the regime. The latest US congressional resolution and the US resolution submitted to the UN Security Council have raised to a new level the international condemnation of Iran's dictatorial regime and the international support for the NCRI and Madame Rajavi's plan for a free, democratic, secular, and non-nuclear Iran. Likewise, the recent acts of psychological war and demonization campaigns by the mullahs prove that today the mullahs regime is weaker than ever and that it is heading toward the end it deserves. For all this, your nation's trust in the NCRI and President Rajavi and the regime's horror at your freedom movement are greater than ever. I am proud to support your movement and that Albania is your second home. Today, I have appreciated the expulsion of the Iranian ambassador from Tirana, but I think the complete severance of diplomatic ties with the mullah's regime would be the most necessary response to the terrorist acts planned against you. In conclusion, I wish that in the near future, this summit will be held in Tehran, the capital of a free Iran. Good luck.
Activities of resistance units and their impact. Nationwide uprisings in the past 2.5 years have brought the prospects for the Iranian people's victory over the mullah's regime closer than ever before. The regime is terrified of the role played by the organized force that has led the uprisings and its important impact on advancing and elevating its objectives, resistance units. Resistance units are comprised of MEK supporters across Iran who continue the proud legacy of the fight for freedom in Iran, public areas, and torch regime's posters to break the spell of repression. They are determined and willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to save their people from poverty, unemployment, and suppression. The regime has resorted to many repressive actions in fear of the increasing trend of young people joining the resistance units. Regime leaders have admitted to their decisive role in the November 2019 uprisings. And recently, the Mullah Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, warned the young people against joining the MEK.
هرچی میتونید جبهه انقلاب رو گسترش بدید، جذب کنید. البته منظورم جذب منافق نیست.
In the historic battle the Iranian people have waged against the ruling theocracy, the resistance
Now I have the honor to ask another prominent friend of the NCRI and the Iranian resistance from the US to address the Free Iran Global Summit. It's my pleasure to announce the former Attorney General, Michael Mukasey.
Ashraf III. It's true that we are meeting and conferring in a virtual way, but make no mistake about it. The challenge and the threat that NCRI represents to the mullahs in Tehran isn't just virtual, it is actual. As you have heard, we've seen evidence as recently as 2 days ago of that, when an Iranian diplomat was arraigned in a Belgian court along with 3 of his co-defendants and charged with plotting to bomb NCRI's annual gathering near Paris in June of 2018. This is the first time that a diplomat has been charged in Europe with participating in a terrorist act, although clearly the Iranian regime has for years used agents with diplomatic credentials to carry out and promote terrorist acts. These defendants were acting at the direction of the regime's National Security Council and with the express approval of the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei. Their targets were Mrs. Rajavi and the many international dignitaries who were present at that conference and that gathering in 2018, some of whom are participating with us today. The motive for this foiled plot was fear. Fear of Mrs. Rajavi, fear of the NCRI, and the threat that they represent to the regime. In November 2019 and January 2020, the people of Iran demonstrated their contempt for the regime and its terrorist activities and their determination to break free of the restrictions on their freedom. The slogans that they chanted made it entirely clear that the purported difference between hardliners and purported moderates in the regime is a sham and a fraud, and the belief of the people that the regime entirely is rotten to the core. We should continue to press our own governments to continue their embargo on Iran, their arms embargo, and to see to it that the most restrictive sanctions are snapped back in place. The regime's continued maintenance of a ballistic missile program, whose only purpose would be the delivery of a nuclear weapon, shows that its ongoing efforts to develop a nuclear weapon have not abated. The recent explosions at Natanz at the same time set back those efforts, but also revealed that Iran has never given up its nuclear weapons program. Its continued support for terrorism in the Middle East and around the world shows that this is a regime that is not willing to behave like a normal government. Normal meaning a government that adheres to internationally recognized norms of behavior. The only way to end the regime's behavior is to end the regime. There is a ready and available democratic alternative to the corrupt and terrorist regime of the Ayatollahs, and it is the NCRI with its 10-point program for a democratic, secular, non-nuclear republic that guarantees equal rights for all, men and women. And we are here to rally support for that alternative and for the efforts of Mrs. Rajavi and others to end the nightmare that Iranians have been living since 1979. And I say to you that we are ready to help in that we are ready to see that come about, and to say to you, as you have said to one another, and to, as others have said to you, Hazer, Hazer, Hazer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful remarks, Judge Mukasey. In this part of the program, it is my pleasure to invite, with utmost honor, the first U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security and former Governor of Pennsylvania. Please welcome Governor Tom Ridge.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. At the outset, I do want to recognize the leaders of Albania, several of whom spoke previously. I've had the good fortune of knowing many of them. I know full well the spirit of their politics and how difficult and challenging it could be. They have strong opinions and they often differ, but the fact that they're united in providing home and support and protection to Ashraf 3 is something that's very important to their friends in the United States. And so I simply want to express my appreciation and that of the United States delegation present with us today in thanking you for your sustained support and commitment, not just to human rights, but to the men and women of Ashraf. And we thank you. Madam Rajavi, I must tell you that at meetings such as this, I'm often reflecting on the words of that fundamental document that set America on its course to freedom, our Declaration of Independence. And if you'll permit me to edit those first few words just a bit, consistent with your goal for the Iranian people, I'll remind everyone of those solemn and powerful words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and all women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That is your pursuit. That is the pursuit of the men and women of Iran. That is our pursuit. I stand with Maryam Rajavi. At this point, in this very unique and unprecedented global summit, I think we should take a moment and consider what we've accomplished to date and the message that we are sending to the Iranian regime by gathering today. All of us, united by technology, say to the regime, say to the people of Iran and freedom-loving people everywhere around the world, that all of us stand with Maryam Rajavi, and all of us stand and support the goal of regime change. Think about this for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Think about how unique this is and how important it is to the rest of the world, where you have individuals in 100 plus countries, at over 30,000 locations, nearly 1,000 parliamentarians, political dignitaries, and human rights activists all joining in this global summit. It's a rather remarkable achievement, but it's an even greater reflection of a growing worldwide commitment to the cause of freedom in Iran. Think about this as well. A global pandemic, COVID-19, could not deter the world from gathering in support of your cause. We've come together, Madam Rajavi, to publicly, proudly, and loudly profess our support for you, for the NCRI, for the MEK, and for the cause of freedom. We all stand with you, Maryam Rajavi. If a global pandemic, if Mother Nature is ill-equipped to silence us, to keep us from gathering in support, you know that the mullahs can't possibly do it. They have tried again and again, and they have repeatedly failed. They tried last year to disrupt the meeting in Paris, and they failed. Over the years, they've used harassment, they've used intimidation, they have used fear to control or soften or eliminate the voices of freedom. They have failed. Over decades and decades, they have imprisoned, they've tortured, they've murdered thousands and thousands of your fellow citizens to silence their voices, to silence the clarion call for freedom, to silence the call for regime change. Again and again, they have failed. The hardliners have been confronted time and time again because of the global support for the principles for which you stand: universal suffrage, gender equality, a non-nuclear Iran, freedom of speech, and separation of religion and church. And as recently as November of last year, in January of this year, citizens have again risen in protest, many sacrificing their lives to express their support for the cause of freedom. And again, they have failed. They will continue to fail, Madam Rajavi. They will continue to fail. Their grip of oppression grows weaker every day. The voices of freedom grow louder and stronger and more powerful every day. And this unique and unprecedented gathering demonstrates in the most poignant and powerful way possible the global support for you, for regime change, for the NCRI and MEK get stronger, larger, and louder every day. I've certainly been privileged and honored to be working with you and in concert with the extraordinary group of men and women that support you, Madam Rajavi, for almost 15 years. I look forward to the day when I can join all of you in Tehran. Hazer, Hair, Hazer. God bless you, and God bless all those who support freedom in the new Republic of Iran.
Thank you very much, Governor Tom Ridge.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the enlightening remarks. Now a panel of prominent political personalities join us from Washington, D.C. Please give a warm welcome to Judge Louis Freeh, Mr. Jack Kaine, Linda Chavez, General James Conway, and Ambassador Robert Joseph. Please give a warm applause to Judge Louis Freeh.
Good afternoon and good evening. It's a great honor to be with you here today from Washington, D.C. The city is quiet today, quieter than usual, but the cry for liberty and our support for you, Madam Rajavi, and all of your colleagues could not be stronger and could not be louder. We thank you for your leadership, your courage, and your vision, and your faith, which has inspired us very greatly. I'm especially pleased that we are able to address the freedom fighters in Iran who are in harm's way every moment and who are not hiding but are in open resistance on the streets of Iran. We have enormous respect for you, and your welfare and safety is our primary objective. You know, what's amazing about this meeting this year is not just the technology, and Madam Rajavi and your colleagues, I commend you for the ability to communicate the way we're communicating under all the challenges that you've overcome. So, wonderful job, and congratulations to all the many people who've worked on it. To all our international friends and colleagues, again, we're honored to be with you here today. One of the amazing things about this event is it's not an anniversary. We're not memorializing a past event. What we're doing is looking to the future. We are pursuing a goal and achieving new milestones every year towards a free and democratic Iran. And today, we take another step in that direction. I want to echo Governor Ridge's comments, thanking the Albanian officials who we've seen, the President, the Prime Minister, and in Pandemi's words, actions speak louder than words. The heroic work that the Albanian people and its leaders have done to protect the MEK are legendary. It goes back to what they did during World War II, and we thank them and honor them for the safety and the leadership and the courage that they've provided. There's a song probably you've heard with a lyric that says, "You don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing." The wind today is getting stronger. It's moving the forces of freedom in Iran like a Dow on the Persian Gulf, with increasing speed and momentum and support. The winds of freedom are blowing very strong in Iran. And we look at some of the positive things, again, that have been noted by many of the speakers. The congressional resolution here in Washington, just a short time ago, bipartisan, as the support for freedom in Iran has always been. The trial that started yesterday in Belgium for Saadallah Assadi, who takes on the new title of diplomat terrorist. You would have to leave it to a criminal enterprise like the regime in Tehran to actually inaugurate the role of a diplomat terrorist, and that's only it goes to the accountability issue, which I'd like to return to in a moment. Also, the last 3 weeks, as many speakers have noted, have seen enormous disruption and dissent throughout Iran. Natanz, Parchin, Shiraz, fires in the port city on boats. All of this is evidence of a regime collapsing, of a people who are fed up and are tired of oppression and totalitarian regimes. The other event, just in June, a few weeks ago, was a finding by the International Atomic Energy Administration, which is really the UN. And I quote from them, "Iran has continued to increase its stockpile of enriched uranium and remains in violation of its deal with world powers." That's not the United States speaking. That's not the MEK speaking. That's the United Nations. In May of this year, as of May of this year, the Iranians have a reported stockpile, according to the IAEA, of 1,571.6 kilograms. That's 1.73 tons of enriched uranium. In February of 2019, it was 1,020 kilograms, 1.1 ton. In 2015, in the agreement that they signed, it was supposed to remain at 202.8 kilograms, which is 447 pounds. Moving from 447 pounds to 1.73 tons is indicative of a criminal enterprise, and no great surprise that the regime that signed that agreement could not be trusted, nor could they be trusted to sign an amended agreement. I'd like to close by just returning, Mrs. Rajavi, to something that you said. You talked about the crimes of this regime and its members. 120,000 people massacred, MEK members. 30,000 political prisoners killed. Terrorist attacks on Ashraf 1 and 2. Thousands and thousands of people wounded and killed and maimed. And you said something which I know is very close to you, but also close to everybody else, every one of us on this conference. There has to be accountability. Someone has to make the decision and have the resources and the willpower to hold these criminals responsible. This is a crime of such magnitude that it can't be written off with a Truth Commission. It can't be written off with a book or a footnote or a movie. These are crimes of the most serious nature. They rival by their evil and intent Nazi Germany, what happened in Bosnia, Rwanda, and many, many other places. So again, just to close, it's my view, and I think the view of many of us, and I think you, that we should establish a world-class Crimes Against Humanity Documentation Center. We should analyze the evidence that you've already collected. In fact, I've seen some of it in Ashraf 3. We should record the testimony of victims and eyewitnesses. There needs to be a systematic forensic examination, recording, and documentation with video and digital evidence. You know, like our technology here today, the people who committed all these crimes, who murdered thousands and thousands of people, they didn't do it secretly. They didn't even do it very cleverly. They did it with great arrogance, the arrogance that highlights evil. So the documentation is very available. Their emails, their texts, their statements, pictures, photographs, videos, that all should be put together in a documentation center, maybe even by a third party to enhance its credibility. And at some point, as we mark more and more milestones these people should be brought to justice, like the individual now being tried in Belgium. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rajavi. Thank you for your leadership and your inspiration, and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Judge Louis Freeh. Our next speaker is the former Vice Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. Please welcome General Jack Kane.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be with you today, my Iranian friends. Once again, I've always enjoyed these times that we share together. I'm honored to be with the National Council of Resistance of Iran and your exceptional, courageous leader, Maryam Rajavi. I join my American colleagues and leaders around the world in fully supporting your resistance movement and your drive for a free Iran. The wind is truly at your back. The momentum shift just in the past year is significant and dramatic. We can see it. We can feel it. The United States government maximum pressure campaign is working. The regime is much weaker, more isolated, and more vulnerable than at any time in the 40-year tyrannical rule of the Iranian regime. 90% of the oil cannot be exported. Other viable commodities are shut down. The economy has crumbled. Inflation is spiraling out of control. Power outages are routine. Corruption and black market are exploding. Civil unrest and uprisings are taking place not just in Tehran, but throughout the country through different socioeconomic groups. The people are holding the mullahs responsible for what is happening. Tragically, 1,500 Iranian people were killed demonstrating against the regime in November alone. The regime tried to stop the flow of oil in the Persian Gulf by blowing up tankers and seizing tankers, but they failed miserably. The regime tried to acquire international support to counter the United States maximum pressure campaign, but failed. Indeed, they are more isolated. The regime funding support for foreign wars in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and Afghanistan is less than what it used to be. The architect of those wars and the regime's #1 terrorist, who was designated a terrorist as such by the UN, Qasem Soleimani, is dead. The momentum is gaining. We can see it. We can feel it. The regime has mismanaged the coronavirus with an inadequate hospital infrastructure and a lack of vital supplies and equipment. And of course, predictably, they lied about it. The regime is pursuing a nuclear weapon, which was officially confirmed for the first time by the documents the Israelis seized in 2018 from a secure facility in Tehran, and later confirmed by the United Nations after they examined it last year. Not just a nuclear energy program, an official nuclear weapons program. In the last several months, there have been dozens of explosions and fires at many plants and regime facilities, and most notably to include the Advanced Centrifuge nuclear plant at Natanz and a missile production facility. The regime says these are accidents. That is not credible. It is a lie. The Iranian people are part of this espionage and sabotage against the regime. The experts believe the nuclear program is set back at least a year and likely 2 as a result. The momentum is gaining, and we can see it and we can feel it. Just yesterday, Thursday, in Baybahan, in an oil-rich region of Iran, the people of Baybahan were in the streets. Here is what they were chanting. Shame on you, Khamenei. Leave our country alone. No to Gaza. No to Lebanon. We sacrifice our lives for Iran. Let's hold that thought. We sacrifice our lives for Iran. Nothing is more inspiring than to see every day people special is they are willing to. They are willing to put everything they care about in life at risk, to have a full life, to raise their children, to have friends in their life, and yes, to have love in their life, to love and to be loved. Why do they do it? That would best be answered by them. But I humbly suggest it is about the future of their children and grandchildren and their love for their country. This is true honor, and we can never take this kind of devotion for granted, and I know we never will. And finally, the people of Baybahan chanted their loudest when they said in unison, "Mullahs get lost. Mullahs get lost." We in America are inspired by Iran. We can see it, we can feel it. I say to you, my dear Iranian friends, in the words of your own people, mullahs get lost. Free Iran, free Iran. Thank you so much, and God bless the Iranian people, and God bless America.
Many thanks to General Kaine. It is my pleasure now to ask another distinguished friend of the NCRI in the U.S., a familiar face to all Ashrafis. Please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Linda Chavez.
Thank you very much, and greetings to you, Madam Rajavi, and to all of those tens of thousands of people who are gathered virtually. It is a real tribute to the organizational skills of the NCRI that we could pull together in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, this kind of gathering, to bring together old friends and new friends in support of freedom for the people of Iran. You know, we've been through a lot together over the last decade. When I first came to the first meeting of this organization in Paris, there were still members of the MEK in Camp Ashraf in Iraq. Soon we were working to try to increase the living conditions in Camp Liberty, which was misnamed because there was no liberty there for the MEK members. And thankfully, because of the work of many of the people who have been a part of this movement, we saw finally those individuals move to Albania, and thanks to the work of our many, many distinguished supporters. And now I think we are able to focus entirely our efforts on the real struggle, the struggle for freedom for the people of Iran. We've seen, again, over the last few years, uprisings in big cities and small cities across Iran, people who were pushing for more food, better jobs, a better economy, but also, importantly, for freedom, for the right to be able to select their own leaders and to be able to live in a country that honored civil liberties. We've seen in this last year the toll that the pandemic has taken, and Madam Rajavi talked about the 70,000 people who are dead in Iran from this terrible pandemic. The fact towards their plight. The regime has been interested in only one thing over the last many years, and that is in building a nuclear weapon. That has been where the regime has put their top brains and their money, is to trying to build a destructive weapon. Well, even that now seems to be collapsing, as we saw with the explosions at Natanz and other explosions, mysterious explosions around the country. So there's no question that Iran is collapsing. The regime is collapsing, but the real question is what will take its place and who will take the place of the Ayatollahs and who will decide who will take the place. Well, we know one thing. We know who the regime fears is going to take its place, and we saw no better evidence of that than in the attempted bombing of the 2018 gathering of the NCRI in Villepinte, France. That was an attempt to take out Madame Rajavi and to kill as many of the supporters and terrorizing those who would dare to stand up to the regime. As Louis Freeh and others have talked about today, thankfully we have seen that that plot was not only interrupted, but that the people who are involved in that are going to come to justice. They have been arraigned this week, and we are hopeful that they will remain behind bars for the rest of their lives. Well, why is it that the regime fears Madame Rajavi? Is it because she has tanks, because she has guns, because she has soldiers who are going to attack the regime? No, it's not for any of those reasons. It's for the simple reason that she stands for ideas of liberty, that her 10-point plan is the best hope for the freedom of the Iranian people. She has been a beacon in the wilderness to gather together those who support a free Iran in which the people of that country can enjoy equal freedoms, equal rights before the courts. They will have the power to assemble, the right to express their own views, and the right to worship as they choose. So that's what the regime in Iran fears most. And I am so proud to be here with others who have supported Madame Rajavi to say to the regime, your time is coming. We've waited a long time, but your days are numbered. And those who will replace you will do so not at the barrel of a gun, but with the strength of their ideas. And I say to all of you, Hazer, Hazer, Hazer. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, honorable dignitaries, sisters and brothers, I would like to announce the list of honorable members of parliament and distinguished personalities from Britain who have joined us for the Free Iran Global Summit today. The honourable members of the UK Parliament, the House of Commons and the House of Lords are Baroness Boothroyd, Deputy Speaker of the UK House of Commons, the Right Honourable David Jones MP, former Secretary of State for Wales and former Brexit Minister, Sir David Amess MP, Stephen McCabe MP, the Right Honourable Theresa Villiers MP, former Secretary of State for Environment and Northern Ireland, Dr. Matthew Offord MP, Baroness Sandy Verma, former Minister, the Right Reverend Bishop John Pritchard, former Bishop of Oxford, Baroness Angela Harris, Deputy Speaker of the House of Lords, Bob Blackman MP, Lord Ken McGuinness, Roger Gotze, former MP, Craig Williams, MP, Roger Lyons, former President of the UK Trade Union Congress, Sir Alan Meale, Honorary Member of the Council of Europe, Martin Vickers, MP, Lord Singal Wimbledon, Deputy President of the Religious Minorities in the British Parliament, Mark Pritchard, MP, the Right Reverend Richard Harries, Lord Bishop, Lord Brian Cotter, Lady Val Corbett, women's rights activist, Mark Williams, former MP, Andrew McKinley, former MP, Brian Binley, former MP and former chairman of International Campaign in Support of Ashraf and Liberty, Mike Hancock, former MP, Professor Sarah Chandler, President of the Equality Committee of the Law Society of England and Wales, Linda Lee, former President of the Law Society of England and Wales, Roger Williams, former MP, Jane Dodds, former MP and leader of Liberal Democrats in Wales, Christina Rees, member of Bishop's Synod, Malcolm Fowler, lawyer and former member of the Human Rights Committee of England and Wales. Ladies and gentlemen, in this part of the program, we are delighted to have with us the former Secretary of State for Environment and Northern Ireland, a good friend of the Iranian people and resistance. Please help me give a warm applause to the Right Honourable Theresa Villiers.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today and say a few words in a personal capacity at this very important online conference in support of human rights, democracy, and freedom in Iran. It's incredible that this event is coming from 30,000 locations, 100 countries, and includes 1,000 parliamentarians and other dignitaries. And it's an honor for me to be on that long list of distinguished parliamentarians that you read out from the United Kingdom. I want to send my very best wishes to NCRI and to President-elect Maryam Rajavi for her inspirational work on the international scene on behalf of the people of Iran at this very, very difficult time. Of course, we all know that the human rights situation in Iran continues to be appalling. And on top of this, we now have seen the disastrous handling of the COVID emergency by the Iranian government. It appears only too clear that the mullahs have placed their own political priorities ahead of efforts to keep people safe from COVID. The outbreak is just being used as an excuse to intensify domestic repression. In the COVID crisis, consistent with their approach over decades, the mullahs seem entirely lacking in care or compassion for the people of Iran. And they seem disastrously lacking in competence as well. The survival of the regime appears much more important to them than saving lives in the health outbreak. Iran appears to be experiencing a serious second wave of the virus. And I know that research by NCRI reveals a death toll of above 70,000 people, nearly 5 times the regime's official statistic. Amid all of this, the commander-in-chief of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, responsible for so many atrocities, the commander-in-chief of that organization is reported by the media as saying that the regime will use all means to manage and control the consequences of any potential uprising or opposition. Now, we all know that that could only mean more killings and more mass arrests of activists campaigning for democracy and human rights, including, of course, PMOI supporters. So that's why our conference today is so important. It's a crucial opportunity for us in Western democracies to urge the international community, including the UK government, to keep up the pressure on this brutal and oppressive regime. And it is also an opportunity to send a message of support and solidarity to the people of Iran, so that they know that we here stand with them at this terrible time, and so that they know that we share their goal of a free and democratic secular Iran, where the rule of law is observed and human rights are respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Right Honourable Theresa Villiers. At this point, I am honoured to announce that we are joined by another distinguished friend of the NCRI, the former UK Secretary of State for Wales and former Brexit Minister, the Right Honourable David Jones.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, and as ever, it's a huge pleasure and privilege to be here today at this great annual gathering, which this year is taking place both physically and virtually. So many colleagues from around the world, and as Theresa just said, people in 30,000 locations in over 100 countries, all joined together to support freedom in Iran and Madame Rajavi's 10-point plan, and for a choice for a new start under a new government in a new Tehran. And may I send a special greeting to all my good friends in Ashraf, whom I hope to visit this year. I will certainly try to be with you next year. But these are strange times for all of us, separated as we are by the restrictions imposed as a consequence of the coronavirus. It's difficult for any of us to travel. But last month, President Macron of France did travel to London to mark a special event, the 80th anniversary of the arrival of General Charles de Gaulle in Britain. And President Macron said de Gaulle was a French officer soon to be stripped of his rank, his property, and his nationality by the Vichy regime. After arriving in London on June the 17th, he was immediately received by Winston Churchill. The old lion and the royal family offered asylum to the man that they recognized almost by instinct as the legitimate ambassador of French values. And President Macron continued, Winston Churchill personified the spirit of fighting on. He said he had nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. And yet he offered so much more: determination, faith in victory, honor, and pride. The president was right. Churchill was the man who stood firm against a monstrous tyranny, and thus he made London the capital of the free world. He gave the same support to anti-Nazi popular resistance movements in Norway, Holland, Czechoslovakia, and in other countries. And now, in the great annual Free Iran gathering of 2020, where the international community gathers together to back the Iranian people's legitimate struggle for democracy, human rights, peace, and security, we call on the British government, especially our Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who is Churchill's biographer, to stand firm, as Churchill did, against the regime that is ruling Iran. We dearly wish our government to show the same determination, faith in victory, honor, and pride to the world as Winston Churchill did in 1940. Churchill did not stand aside, saying that it was for the French people to find their salvation alone. Rather, he offered his support to the people of France by recognizing Charles de Gaulle as their legitimate ambassador. Friends, today, Maryam Rajavi is the legitimate ambassador of the Iranian people, and I believe she should be recognized as such by the British government. Last month, President Macron also said the BBC opened its airwaves to French speakers and conveyed the spirit of French resistance. And today, we want the BBC to open its airwaves not to the mullahs, but to the Iranian speakers who convey the desire of the Iranian people for freedom. That is what the British people and their representatives in the British Parliament want to see happen. And let it be the case that one day, the future president of a free and democratic Iran will commend the British government for having steadfastly supported the desire of the Iranian people for justice and for liberty. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the Right Honourable David Jones. Now I am honoured to invite the former Bishop of Oxford and former member of the House of Lords to please address our Congress, the Right Reverend John Pritchard.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity to join this very significant online summit again. Well, not again, we haven't been online before. It's a remarkable achievement, so well done to everybody. I have a particular take on the struggle we're involved in. And I want to take the opportunity to highlight a recent statement that was supported by Dr. Rowan Williams, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, and supported by 40 British bishops, of whom I'm one, expressing a really deep concern about the deteriorating human rights situation and the persecution of religious minorities in Iran. At the end of June, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard conducted a coordinated operation in Tehran and 2 other cities aimed at disrupting the country's house church movement and sweeping up members of the Iranian Christian community. And I think those arrests could be an early example of Tehran's implementation of new laws that have been highlighted by supporters of Iranian Christians and other religious groups. Because this law was passed in May and it broadens the judiciary's authority, making it easier to prosecute a group of people on arbitrary charges like working to undermine national security or committing to enmity with God and other ridiculous things. And all of these are punishable with harsh prison sentences and possibly even execution. So in a statement for the United Nations Universal Periodic Review this year, the United Kingdom government referred to the popular protests in Iran, the ones last year in particular as they got going again, and said, I quote, "In November last year, we saw the most deadly crackdown against its citizens for decades, while persecution and discrimination towards religious minorities continues unabated." So as my bishop colleagues and I put it in the statement that we make, the 40 of us, resonating with so much of what we've heard from many speakers today, we do applaud the UK government's decision to classify Iran as a human rights priority country and to commit to hold it to account for its human rights abuses. And so we now call on the UK government and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to do more at the United Nations and internationally, wherever they can, in order to turn this commitment that they say they're making into concrete actions that end the impunity that the perpetrators of serious human rights violations enjoy in Iran. So that's our strong hope. And it's the challenge we put to all governments dealing with this Iranian regime. Meanwhile, The struggle goes on. God bless you and thank you.
To all of those we've lost during this sad time, to all the families who grieve hidden out of sight, we think of you each and every day. A hope will never fade through the darkness of this night. We grow stronger every day like the ocean's tide. We shall all our love on this broken land and gather all our people hand in hand. To the great people of Iran who work through the night, our prayers are with you always until the end of this fight. To the precious children who dream of better times, our prayers are with you always. Bring about daylight. Our thoughts are with you always. Bring about daylight. Love is endless like the mountains in the sky. So strong and free, once you choose to see, you too will believe in his golden dream. To the great people of Iran who look through the night, our prayers are with you always until the end of this fight. To the precious children who dream of better times, our prayers are with you always. Bring about
Now we're going back to Washington. Our next speaker is the 34th Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to General James Conway.
Greetings to the patriots of Iran and their supporters from throughout the globe. The organizers have asked me to be brief, so I'll offer you just three quick thoughts. First, the regime has had a tough year. The sanctions, unfortunate as they are for the good people of Iran, have had dire effect on the regime. Gross domestic product is off 15%. Oil exports are down over 250%. The real is at 50% of its previous value, and inflation is at 45%. Other speakers have talked about the brave protesters in the street in November and January. I won't repeat their courageous story, but I would challenge all of us in attendance here to name one other civilized nation that when its people go to the streets to express displeasure, shoot them dead in the streets. The answer is there is no other country that does that except for Iran. The Iranians attempted a strategy in the fall and winter to attack oil infrastructure in the Middle East in an effort to provoke the United States and/or Saudi Arabia to overreaction. We didn't take the bait, and the strategy failed miserably. As we stand here today, key facilities in Iran are under attack within the last 6 weeks by an unknown enemy, and yet the government seems powerless to do anything about it. And Madam Rajavi and others have spoken about the hearings that are now underway in Belgium. I won't elaborate except to say that it should be an embarrassment to a nation every day that those hearings convene. The bottom line is the people of Iran have to at some point be asking themselves, isn't there a better way forward? Secondly, the NCRI has done much over the years to correct what's happening in Iran, and yet you, as patriots of that great nation, are still not able to return to the country of your birth. My point is, I encourage you, don't be discouraged, because revolutions simply take time. The Russian Revolution was 6 years. The French Revolution lasted 10 years. The Chinese Revolution, 12 years, and the American Revolution was 20 years in the making with 8 years of fighting. So I beseech you, don't lose faith and endeavor to maintain the momentum that you already have. Continue to focus on winning the Iranian army to your righteous cause. And I would encourage you to about the future for their children and even for their grandchildren. And if they understand your approach, I am convinced you can win them to your side. I'll quote a great American humorist that said, quote again, "Men will be moved to action when women make up their mind." Finally, on 3 January of this year, your movement was handed what I think was a tremendous gift, and that gift was the death of Qasem Soleimani. The man had the mentality of an assassin, and he was incredibly vicious in carrying out his duties. But none can argue that he was also extremely efficient and effective at what he did. It's said that he was the second most powerful man in Iran. Certainly, I think he may have been the most notorious in the government and in the military. I fully suspect that Khamenei had big plans for Soleimani after he left the Republican Guard to include top leadership positions in the country. For those reasons, I suspect that he was killed for what he had done, to include the direct involvement in the deaths of over 600 U.S. military service members. He was killed for what he was doing, and that was spreading death and destruction really throughout the Middle East on behalf of Iran. And I think also he was killed for what he meant to the future of the regime. And that, in my mind, was decades of more hardliners in the city of Tehran. These things I surmise, I cannot say for sure. What I can say for sure is that when your fellow Iranians take to the streets for what will be the last time, they will not have to face Qasem Soleimani at the head of the Revolutionary Guard. Thank you for the opportunity, and may God continue to bless your cause.
Thank you very much, General Conway. Now we have the opportunity to listen to the former U.S. Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security. Please welcome the Honorable Robert Joseph.
Thank you. It's always a privilege to be part of this incredible annual gathering of freedom fighters. Each year, I feel that we come closer to our goal of a free Iran, and this year is certainly no exception. The end of the religious dictatorship is in sight, and the mullahs know it. They know their days are numbered. You can see it and you can feel it in their acts of desperation and their inability to reform. The mullahs know the economy is in shambles, driven to bankruptcy by systemic corruption, by incompetence, and by international sanctions imposed on the regime for its sponsorship of terrorism, its pursuit of nuclear weapons, and its foreign adventurisms that have robbed the Iranian people of their prosperity and their very livelihood. The regime has nowhere to turn to reverse this economic freefall, and selling out the country's economic future to China is just the next desperate move that will only further ensure the regime's demise. The mullahs know that they have lost all legitimacy. The Iranian people have now become the principal threat to the regime. The mass killings in the streets across Iran are acts of desperation by a dying regime. Again, there is nowhere to turn. There is nowhere to hide for those on the wrong side of history. The mullahs know that the people will never forgive them for their role in the human tragedy that has caused tens of thousands of deaths from the coronavirus pandemic, a pandemic that continues to ravage the country. While the mullahs may try to hide the truth, the people know. And the mullahs know that the people know. As Senator Torricelli stated, the game is up. The game is up. While we prepare for the end of the regime, the mullahs' only response is more corruption and more repression of the people. So what must be done? We must keep the pressure on the regime from the outside. It's working, and it must not be relieved by a return to policies of appeasement. We must not throw the regime a lifeline by pursuing new, fatally flawed agreements in exchange for more old, false, and broken promises. We must work to cut off access to arms by extending the arms embargo. As Mrs. Rajavi has said, not a single bullet, not a single bullet. We must deny the regime any legitimacy by telling the truth, by keeping the focus on its reign of terror over the past 40 years. The recent House of Representatives resolution with wide bipartisan support is an important step, as are the growing calls to hold those members of the regime responsible for crimes against humanity. Here I can only second the recommendations just made by Director Free. We owe it to the martyrs, and we owe it to the future. Most important, we must support the democratic opposition, the NCRI, the MEK, and most important, the brave resistance units inside Iran. We must also continue to fight against the false narratives surrounding the MEK that have become deeply ingrained given the regime's massive and sustained disinformation campaign, served by an echo chamber of regime apologists who often masquerade as journalists and think tank experts. We know that regime change must come from within. We know regime change will come from within. Mrs. Rajavi and the 10-point plan provide the vision for effective action and the means to ensure a peaceful transition to a secular, non-nuclear, democratic, and free Iran. Mrs. Rajavi, I stand with you. I stand with you. Hazer, Hazer, Hazer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Joseph. Now we're joined by our fellow Iranians in Britain. Hello, everyone in London. I would like to invite Mr. Reza Fallah from the Association of Political Prisoners supporting the PMI in the UK to begin his remarks.
حامیان مقاومت، با سلام و عرض ادب خدمت همه حضار گرامی، به ویژه مهمانان عالی قدری که گرچه شناسنامه ایرانی ندارند ولی دلشان با آرمانهای آزادی خواهانه ملت ایران گره خورده است. به قول سعدی شاعر بزرگ قرن 13 میلادی که سروده است: بنی آدم اعضای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. چو عضوی به درد آورد روزگار، دگر عضوها را نماند قرار. تو که از محنت دیگران بیغمی، نشاید که نامت نهند آدمی. همان درسی که امروز کرونا ویروس به ما آموخت و آنکه همه ما در این دنیای بیکران ساکن یک کشتی بزرگ به نام کره زمین هستیم. پس این رسالت همه نیکندیشان جهان است که دست به دست یکدیگر خانه بزرگ خود را از نو و زیباتر از قبل بسازیم، چون ما شایسته بهترین ها هستیم. امروز تنها کشوری که به تروریسم خود افتخار می کند حکومت آخوندی است که نه تنها ملت خود را بلکه صلح و امنیت جهانی را به گروگان گرفته است. ولی امروز با حضور پرشور جوانان
and security, but today with the enthusiastic essence and zealous and educated youth concentrated in the resistance units of the Mujahideen, the earth has shaken under the feet of the anti-people rulers. And as a result of the superiority of the resistance of the Iranian nation against the reactionary rule of the mullahs and the change of the principle of balance of power in favor of the Iranian nation. That is why, if until yesterday the regime's efforts were limited to attacking and discrediting this resistance, today by changing the principle of balance of power and growing fear, the regime has shown up its madness by sending its last exposed agents to the scene. Here we former political prisoners who have tasted the regime's torture with our skin, flesh and bones. We consider it our duty to expose the tactics of the bloodthirsty mercenaries who, like leeches, are sucking the blood of the martyrs of Mujahideen. He beats himself madly on every door and wall so that this unequal battle, the Iranian nation, with disgusting sludge, will stand by the regime and in front of the prisoners who support the proud resistance of the Iranian nation. This exposed mercenary does not even of the state of the martyr of the uprising of 1988, Neda Agha Sultan, which was made and presented by the European Parliament. The artist of the resistance, Reza Olia,
از روی عکس با حجاب شهید
Reza Olia
که به نماد مقاومت این زن بزرگ تاریخ ساز ایران ثبت شده آفرینش یافته. عکسی که در مراسم های بزرگداشت وی تبدیل به نماد مبارزه بر علیه
a secular artist of the Iranian resistance, Reza Olia, who does not know that his statue was made on a photo with hijab marching Neda, which is registered as a symbol of the resistance of this great woman who made history in Iran, a photo that has become a symbol of struggle against the anti-feminist government in her commemoration ceremonies. We, the former pro-Mujahideen political prisoners, who have 40 years history of fighting the mullahs regime to overthrow this regime of ignorance and crime and destroy humble along the
راهت ادامه داره و هیچ موقع فراموش نمیشه.
یاد شهیدان قیام آبان 98 گرامی بود.
In this clip, resistance units pay tribute to the 1,500 martyrs of the November uprisings by visiting their graves and covering the walls of the city with their names and pictures.
من امروز آمدم سر مزار شهدای پر افتخار قیام آبان ماه 98 که با آنها تجدید عهد کنم. مرگ بر خامنه‌ای، درود بر رجبی، تیر ماه 99.
درود فراوان نثار همه شهدای راه آزادی.
یاد شهدای قیام آبان ماه 98 را گرامی می‌داریم. بندر انزلی تیر ماه 99.
With utmost pleasure, I would like to announce that we are joined by a distinguished friend of the Iranian people, the former Prime Minister of Algeria. Please welcome Dr. Sid Ahmad Ghazali.
Mr. Ghazali?
Oui.
You are up.
Mr. Ghazali,
Qu'est-ce que je fais?
vous avez la parole.
What shall we do?
Commencez, s'il vous plaît.
Please go ahead.
بسم الله والحمد لله والشكر لله ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين. إخواني أخواتي في كل الأقطار العربية المسلمة، دعكم تحيتي الخاصة وأدعو الله أن يحفظكم ويحفظ أقاربكم وشعوبكم وأقطاركم وأوطانكم. ها نحن الآن نجتمع لمرة أخرى لنعبر معا عن تضامننا مع الشعب الإيراني ومع مقاومته النبيلة. أنا أحيي في نفس الوقت إخواننا في إلبانيا في أشرف 3 وأصحاب المقاومة الإيرانية النبيلة. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est pour moi un honneur de m'associer une nouvelle fois
Okay, I'm very happy to be associated to this 17th meeting, which has now become a tradition, which gathers thousands and thousands of people around the world in a virtually way, in a philosophical way, with a different way of approaching, with former members of the parliament, former members of governments. And what unites us is our faith in freedom, democracy, and justice and peace. And what unites us here is a just cause. The Iranian cause is a just cause. But if we support that particular cause, we support ourselves, because the Iranian cause is our cause. Everybody knows that the Iranian government, the Iranian power, has enlisted within the constitution an extension of the Islamic Republic, which means that the strategy of the current government is to control all the spheres of the society, and through violence, through state terrorism. And you can see what happened and what's happening still today in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, and in other countries. We are supporting the Iranian cause. It's our cause. The Iranian people is exhausted by all those dictatorships which took different forms over the last 70 years, one after one, and which followed the Shah's dictatorship. The Iranian people has started to demonstrate, to contest, mainly in 2009. Initially, they were asking for economical demands. Then the economy got worse, and the government showed how incompetent they were more and more. The gap between the people and the power has gone wider and wider, and as a result, this right has been, this government is weakened, is fragile, and only the Iranian people can do that. So the difference between countries where the people can have a uprising, they have here an alternative, the CNRI. So tomorrow, when the regime will fall, it will fall. There is no other way, because the Iranian people has this great chance to have an opportunity that is very clear, like it's been presented over the last 15 years through the 10-point plan for tomorrow's Iran. As a result, once more, I would like to renew my friendship towards you, and to the Iranian people, I wish all the people they deserve, and it's been waited for so long, and for which the Iranian people has paid such a toll in order to get there. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
با گرد همایی جهانی ایران آزاد این اثر را به سرانجام رسانده ایم، آن را به روان پاک مرجان شورشگر تقدیم می کنیم و باور داریم که لحظه طلوع خورشید آزادی ایران از همیشه نزدیکتر است.
یکی بود یکی نبود، زیر گنبد کبود روزگاری توی دشتستون دور.
Children's storybooks are memories that stay with all of us. They teach us about our roles and responsibilities in society. Hasanak Khojaei was one of these stories for school children in Iran. It taught children that they can rise against the cold winter and bring in the sun. The story was recited by Marjan, a prominent Iranian singer and activist who was a political prisoner in the 1980s and passed away about a month ago. She recited this story for our event today, but wasn't able to see the final production.
ناگهان ابرای پربرف و سیاه از پس کوه بلند سر در آورده و بالا اومدن. ای خدا، حالا که رفته زمستون شده فصل بهار، پس چرا ابرای پربرف تو حالا اومدن؟ باد اومد گلها رو برد، گرگ اومد گاوا و گوسفندا رو خورد. تن صحرای بزرگ زیر بالاپوش برف سرد شد، یخ زد و مرد. حسنک خسته و درمونده و زار درها و پنجره ها رو بسته بود. زیر کرسی تو اتاق نشسته بود، زار میزد که
توی این سرما و سوز چه کسی ابرا رو جارو میکنه؟ چه کسی برفا رو پارو میکنه؟ چه کسی راه در ابرای پر برف و سیاه میکنه؟ کی میره خورشید رو پیدا میکنه؟
همه مردم دهکوره دور، ده افسرده بیگرمی نور، در همون وقت شنیدند کسی توی کوچه راه میره و داد میزنه. چی شده؟ کی تو این سرما و یخبندون و برف اومده از خونه بیرون داره فریاد میزنه؟ سرا از پنجره ها اومد بیرون.
بچه جون، توی این تنگ غروب آخر روز، توی این سرما و سوز پارو میکنم، من میرم برفا رو پارو میکنم.
This is the story of a village in the past who were living a happy life, and then suddenly there came black clouds and it became dark and it started to snow, and the people lost their sun for their living. So after that they started to find their son back and bring livelihood to their village.
خشکی باقی است، لب رودخونه لجنزاری هست، توی اون ماهی بسیاری هست. میخوریم با هم قناعت میکنیم، کنج خونه استراحت میکنیم.
میگذره
Although the condition is very bad, but we have some minimal things to eat and
روی هم انبار بکنیم. میتونید
go for better life, and they were trying to encourage him to stay at home.
تو لجن دنبال ماهی میکنیم.
And he told them that you are staying at home.
هر کی خورشیدو
میخواد
پاش دنبالم بیاد.
ناگهان درهای بسته وا شد.
You are suffering from dark days. If you want light and life, you have to follow me.
ما میریم برفا رو پارو میکنیم، راه در ابرای پر برف و سیاه وا میکنیم. ما میریم خورشید رو پیدا میکنیم. هر کی خورشید
We are going to open our way
پسرک ها چوب دستی
difficult situation.
حمله کردند به گرگ های
The other young people in the village, when they saw the wolves attacking the village, they took their batons and started attacking the wolves. And they said, this young man Hassan was trying to make better life for us.
سخت در پنجه بیماری و تب باز بالاتر رفت، باز هم بالاتر. فکر میکرد
Hassan was feeling very weak, but he decided to continue his way up the hill.
فکر میکرد به خورشید نه بیماری.
He was thinking of finding his son. So he climbed and climbed up the hill.
جارو بکنم، اومدم برفا رو پارو بکنم.
He said to the sun, I've come to clear the sky from dark clouds.
لحظه بعد که خورشید از دور به صدای حسنک شد بیدار، سر درآورد و جهان شد پر نور. دید بر قله اون کوه بلند، حسنک از غم و سرما بیتاب.
After a while, the sun came out and saw that Hassan is very weak.
توی گوش بچه ها، توی گوش مردم زنده به گور، توی اون کوه بزرگ، همراه هوی باد، همراه زوزه گرگ، توی گوش سنگ ها و صخره ها، توی گوش دره ها.
He went to the village, to the trees, to the valleys, to the hills,
حسنک مونده به
and took the story of Hassan to the people of the village.
The song is dedicated to the brave resistance units throughout Iran. It is named The Rebellious Will Prevail. It's performed by artists in Ashraf 3 in Albania.
در رگان بدم خونشون بشین به پا به کف رایت قیام بخوان وطن را به نام سر زده فرو به نبرد ما پس ستنده امواج توی پا توی آرازه های گل خانه انقلاب که از وطن رنگ خواهد در قیام سرخ و سوزاندن خلیل موج و توفان جاودان خدایان یاران شورشگران پیروزی می‌سازد شاخری خلق قهرمان که با خود انقلابی امام سگون بساط ارتجا کن نگون در قیام سرخ و سوزان در طریق موج و توفان جاودان بادا یاد یاران شورشگران پیروزی میسازند خود در خشان در توفان میتازند آن با ملت جان میبازند شورشگران آزادی میکارند آتش به کف برند دل میبارند خانقاها را میافرازند.
Dear friends, I would like to introduce the honorable members of Parliament and Senate and distinguished officials and dignitaries from Europe who have joined us for the Free Iran Global Summit today. Professor Dr. Rita Zusmuth, former Speaker of the Federal Parliament of Germany. Martin Patzelt, member of the Human Rights Commission of the Federal Parliament of Germany. Thomas Nord, member of the European Commission of the Federal Parliament of Germany. Professor Heribert Hirte, member of the Federal Parliament of Germany. Otto Bernhard, board member of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, former member of the Federal Parliament of Germany, former vice minister. Leo Dotzenberg, former member of the Federal Parliament of Germany. Katrin Born-Müller, honorary chair of the International Society for Human Rights, Germany. Detlef Wagner, deputy regional mayor of Berlin. Hile Goze Jakob Rolf, honorary president of the Syndicate of Social Workers of Germany. Christian Zimmermann, director of the Office for Human Rights in Berlin. Anna Fotyga, member of the European Parliament, former foreign minister of Poland. Michal Kamiński, Vice President of the Polish Senate. Gabriela Morawska-Stanecka, Vice President of the Polish Senate. Senator Richard Meyer from Poland. Members of the Federal Parliament of Switzerland. Christian Badersche, Sibel Arsalan. Nicholas Walder, Jean-Pierre Grin, Laura Anverli, Marianne Streif, Erik Nussbaumer, Eric von Siebenthal, Pete Jans, Yvonne Free, members of the Grand Council of Bern, Krista Ammann, Tanja Wabern-Boer, Katrina Bowman-Berger, Jenny Tabea, Andrea Moron, Peter Gasser, Stefan Berger, members of the Parliament of Geneva, Switzerland, Christian Perego, honorary professor and former member of the Parliament of Switzerland. Eric Voreau, former member of the Federal Parliament of Switzerland. Gianfranco Fattorini, representative of associations in the United Nations, Geneva. Alfred Dozoyas, former rapporteur of the United Nations, Geneva. Bertie Prego, former member of the City Council from Switzerland. Roland Heim, Governor Consular, head of the Finance Department from Switzerland. John Perry, former Irish minister. Jim Higgins, former Vice President of the European Parliament. Teresa Duerty, trial chamber judge in the Special Court for Sierra Leone. Neil Richmond, members of the Irish Parliament. Senator Jerry Horkan and Senator Ivana Catherine Bacik from Ireland.
Now, please help me welcome a great friend of the Iranian resistance, the former Cabinet Minister of Ireland, Mr. John Perry.
Thank you very much. It is an honour to join prominent speakers and parliamentarians for today's online summit in support of a free and democratic Iran. With today's Grand Line online gathering, the NCRI has shown it is truly a viable alternative to the despotic regime ruling Iran. It has both grassroots support among Iranians in and outside Iran. It enjoys international support. The organised opposition led by NCRI President-elect Maryam Rejaveh is capable of shouldering the responsibility and leading the Iranian people to achieve their freedom, human rights, and bring about meaningful democratic change to Iran. We know that the regime is stealing billions of dollars from Iran's national wealth to advance its nuclear projects and ballistic missile program in violation of the UN Security Council resolutions. Funds that belong to the Iranian people are squandered by the regime to buy more weapons to suppress the Iranian people or send to terrorist proxies in the region. As you may know, Ireland will take a seat in the UN Security Council next year for 2021-2022 term. This provides the Irish government an excellent opportunity to put forward solutions that will address the different serious concerns the world has with the regime in Tehran. As a former minister of the Irish Parliament, I urge the Irish government and the new Prime Minister to begin this work right today by supporting an extension to the UN weapons embargo against Iran, which will expire in October. Furthermore, the Irish government should take the lead at the EU level and insist on reimposing the international sanctions on the regime that were lifted as part of the Iran nuclear deal. As we know, that Tehran is violating all of its obligations under the JCPOA. Thank you very much indeed. Hozier, Hozier, Hozier.
At this point, we're going to hear from the New Hampshire Attorney General, the U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte from Arizona.
It is an honor to speak with you today as we join together for the cause of freedom. So many speakers have said what needs to be heard by the world. The people of Iran deserve freedom. Freedom from the oppression, the evil, and the tyranny of the mullahs. We all stand with the people of Iran. It is time, as so many speakers have said today, for regime change in Iran. It is time for the regime to go. We join together to say loudly, the mullahs must go. It is also time for the Iranian people to be able to freely elect their own representatives. They deserve a government that protects the health, safety, and human rights of all Iranians. That is why I want to thank Madam Rajavi and the NCRI for your courage and your sacrifice in opposing the mullahs and standing up for the people of Iran. Your 10-point plan rightly envisions a peaceful, democratic future for Iran based on what we would hope all countries would want: universal suffrage, gender equality, freedom of speech, separation of religion and state, and a non-nuclear Iran. We know that the people of Iran support your vision. We have seen and heard from Iranians from all walks of life and backgrounds. They have taken to the streets to protest the regime. As other speakers have said, the Iranian people have told the regime, the game is now over. They have risked their own lives yelling, "Death to Khamenei. Khamenei is a murderer, and your rule is null and void." And what has happened to these Iranians who have bravely taken to the streets? We've heard thousands horribly murdered, tortured. We will not forget their sacrifice, and we remember and honor the fact that they were willing to put their lives on the line. But their voices have not been diminished. To the Iranian people, we will not let your voices be silenced. Please know that the tens of thousands of people who are part of this conference today, and many thousands more, hear your cries for freedom. And we also hear and agree with your outrage about the illegitimate capital punishment sentences recently handed down for 3 innocent young Iranians, whose only crime is that they dared to speak out against the mullahs. I want to thank Madam Rajadi for her leadership and for shining a light on this misjustice, for speaking out strongly for these 3 young Iranians, and for the right of all Iranians to be free from oppression and to speak their minds. There can be no more appeasement of this Iranian regime. It is time for all the free countries of the world to join together to stop the mullah's reign of terrorism inside Iran and outside Iran, to make sure that they never get a nuclear weapon, and most importantly, to support the right of the Iranian people to be free from tyranny, to determine their own destiny, and to live in peace and prosperity. Thank you so much for having me today, and may this cause of freedom prevail.
Thank you very much, Senator Ayot. We are now joined by a renowned human rights advocate, a dear friend of Ashrafi's, and former special representative of the UN Secretary General. Please welcome Mr. Adrianus Melkert.
Dear friends, what a wonderful way to connect again, despite the physical obstacles that are turning today's world upside down. How important that you have found this alternative way of bringing once again together the global community that wants to stand up for human rights and democracy in Iran. And how urgent to send a message to the Iranian people that a campaign for justice and solidarity continues, no matter the long and winding road still ahead. Last time we met on the occasion of celebrating your new home at Ashraf 3. It was a moving moment after the terror that haunted you at Ashraf 1, at the time that I had the privilege as a special representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations to stand up for your human rights and dignity in the face of relentless attack and persecution. And it was a gratifying moment, with special thanks to the Albanian government, to know that after many years of tireless efforts, the insecurity of Ashraf 2 had been replaced by the peaceful welcome that the new home is offering. I look forward to meet you there again, wishing that the world will be able to master the COVID crisis, which is keeping our world apart today. This brings me to the need to remind the world of the incompetence of the Iranian regime in dealing with the coronavirus, in leaving the Iranian people on their own amidst death and fear. For nearly 1 month, the public was kept away from information about the facts. During that period, flights to and from China continued. After the true disaster appeared, medical or financial support has been far short of the needs of countless people, contrary to the efforts of many other countries across the world. As we do know that several foundations controlled by the supreme leader possess hundreds of billions of dollars, it's painful and shameful that no more resources were allocated to people in real pain and need. We also know that at the same time, a considerable amount of money was given to terrorist groups in the region. How can that be reconciled with a lack of support and transparency towards the Iranian people, with a number of COVID victims far exceeding the official statistics? As today, we also know that those who stood up in protest are severely persecuted and are at risk to be executed it is high time once more to raise our voice in support of human rights and to demand that the Iranian people can decide its future without oppression and manipulation. This is the message that brings us together today. I wish this message will be heard and every day more shared across the world in support of your endeavor and aspiration to find and join, at long last, a free Iran. Thank you very much for this special opportunity to share with you my testimony and appeal to all forces for peace and progress.
Thank you, Mr. Melkert. Our next speaker is a prominent member of the Parliament of Canada. Please welcome the Honorable Mr. James Bezan.
It's an honor to participate in the Free Iran Global Summit, Iran Rising Up for Freedom. I want to acknowledge the bravery and tenacity of Iranian freedom fighters as they stand up against one of the world's worst oppressive regimes, the Islamic Republic of Iran. You have my full support, along with the tens of thousands of others, as you continue the fight for freedom, democracy, and human rights in Iran. Now, many speakers before me spoke very eloquently about the challenges we face in the international community dealing with the rogue regime in Tehran. I know that Canada can and must do more to defend freedom and democracy in Iran and hold the Khamenei regime accountable for the blood it has on its hands. I was horrified by the atrocities against innocent protesters in Iran and Iraq in November and December, and the lack of empathy or response from many governments. Canada failed to acknowledge the protests for almost 2 weeks after the protests began. The coronavirus pandemic came on the heels of the shooting down of flight PS 752 and has caused much loss of life in Iran, including many Iranian Canadians. I sympathize with all those affected by the virus and the shooting down of the flight. Now, COVID-19 has also made evidence gathering and the downing of Ukrainian Airlines flight PS-72 more challenging, but we must not allow the Iranian regime to use it as an excuse and to escape responsibility. Now, Canada's Conservatives are calling for the following. Use Magnitsky Act sanctions to freeze the assets of high-ranking regime officials responsible for shooting down that Ukrainian commercial passenger flight. List the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Impose sanctions on high-ranking Iranian officials for being the biggest state sponsors of global terrorism in the world. And finally, let's slam the door shut on the question of renewing official diplomatic relations with the Iranian regime. Appeasement must stop. Unfortunately, despite repeated calls over the years, the Liberal government in Canada has failed to sanction a single member of the Iranian regime under the Sergei Magnitsky Law, a law I sponsored in the House of Commons in 2017. They have also failed to implement a bipartisan parliamentary motion calling on the government to designate the IRGC as a terrorist entity, which both Conservative and Liberal members of Parliament voted in favor of. Holding to account and sanctioning of the regime's leadership is necessary not only for the shooting down of flight PS 752, but it's for the mullah's ongoing state sponsorship of global terrorism, destabilizing the political and security sphere in the Middle East, and it includes the 1988 massacre of political dissidents and religious and ethnic minorities, which included Kurds, Christians, Jews, Baha'i, but overwhelmingly they targeted and slaughtered tens of thousands of innocent members of the People's Mujahideen Organization, MEK. Ayatollah Khamenei, President Rouhani, and the regime's ministers of cabinet must be held responsible for their crimes against humanity. In closing, I want to thank Madam Rajavi, whom I had the pleasure of meeting several years ago. Your tireless efforts and your 10-point plan to bring independence, democracy, freedom, and human rights to Iran should inspire each and every one of us. It is indeed in Canada's interest and the world's to see a free Iran in our generation. We stand shoulder to shoulder with you as you carry on the relentless battle to save Iran for the people of Iran and snatch it back from the grasp of the blood-soaked tyrants who have held it hostage for far, far too long. I add my voice to hundreds of my colleagues here and from around the world to do just that. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much for your supportive remarks, the Honorable Bazan. For our next speaker, we have a dedicated friend of Ashraf, a staunch advocate of Iranian people's freedom. Our heartfelt greetings to Miss Ingrid Betancourt.
Dear friends, let me begin saluting the young people and the fighters, the freedom fighters that are taking all the risks in Iran to end the tyranny of the mullahs. All these young people, all these men and women that we see fighting in the streets every day are making the tyranny crumble. And they have been told from a very have only enemies worldwide. But you see, with this display of technology that we owe to the MEK, to the NCRI, we have seen the whole world united, united for you, united to support your struggle, united to tell you that you're not alone, that we admire you, that we are with you. And of course, the mullahs want to convince the people of Iran that they are only enemies and that they are forced into a war. Because, as Adrianus Melkert was explaining, behind this is the greed, is corruption. And we know that a war is always very important and comfortable to hide corruption. So the mullahs are using the war in order to steal from the Iranian youth their time, their prosperity, their opportunities, and most of all, they are using God to do evil. We are witnessing this evil every day, but we are also witnessing a beacon of light. You see, what impresses me today is that with this digital display and amazing technology that we are experiencing through this webinar, worldwide webinar, we are witnessing that we are united, and the voice who is uniting us, the heart that is uniting us, is Miriam Rajavi. She is the one that inherits the history of the democratic struggle in Iran. She was talking about Mossadegh in 1962 and all the struggle in order to bring democracy to Iran. Well, you see, I think it's very important to understand that the reason why we are all united all over the world, from all ideological backgrounds, from all cultures and religions, and we are all united together around Miriam, it's because we believe that she is the only one that can guarantee to the Iranian people that they will not be betrayed again, You see, we know that the tyranny is crumbling. We know that this is the fall. We know that we are experiencing the messages, the first indicators of this fall of the regime. But it would be a disaster if there was no one to guide the energy for freedom and for peace and for justice of the Iranian people, if there was not a leader with the principles, the values of Miriam. She said it in her address today. She said that she will never cling to power. This is not a struggle for power. This is a struggle for democracy. This is a struggle without any violence, without any bullet, but with principles and values. So you see, we are united in a very special moment today, because 2 days ago, on July 15th, began the trial of Assadollah Assadi, the terrorist diplomat who plotted to kill us all in the rally we had in Paris on June 30th, 2018. And this is very important because what we're seeing is that it's not only that we are united because in abstract we want to fight for the freedom of Iranians. No, it's because we are all interrelated in the same fight. Today, we that are here in this rally, in this webinar, we are also the potential victims of a mad tyranny that is capable of thinking of blowing all us up in order to cling to power, to cling to greed, and to achieve this expansion of tyranny that is part of their plan. We are all together in putting a stop into this madness. And Assadi is important because Assadi was the main planner of the plot. And it was not only the plot of Villepinte, it was during decades the one who was plotting the regime's assassinations and killings abroad. He is a terrorist. He was, of course, hiding or covering himself as a third consul of the Iranian embassy in Austria. But the governments of Europe already knew that this guy was a terrorist, and they were following him. And they could see how he drove to Luxembourg personally. And he delivered on June 28th, 2018, a high-powered bomb to two people, Amir Sadouni and Nassimeh Naami. Both were Belgian citizens, but both had been paid to put a bomb that would have killed us all. All the people, like I was there, all the people that were attending that conference on that day. But you see, the thing is that this very sophisticated terrorist plot was neutralized in its last stage because Sadouni and Naami were arrested in Belgium while transporting the bomb to Villepinte. And Mehrdad Arefani was arrested when he was already in Villepinte. Assadollah Assadi, the high official, the diplomat, was captured in Germany. Now, based on documents that are made public, it has been proven that Khamenei personally ordered these plots to be carried out. The French government in October 2018 publicly accused Iran of having sponsored the project. And then Iranian assets were frozen and an Iranian spy acting under diplomatic cover in Paris was expelled. But you see, the thing is that according to official sources, French official sources, the response from France was far from being significant, since there were no important Iranian assets in France at the time. And what we have seen is that over the past 2 years, the mullah's regime has spared no effort to prevent Assad's trial, and more than that, to have him released. So they have come doing things like, of course, diplomatic pressure, economic promises, but worst of all, they have taken hostages, European nationals, including French and British nationals, to try to bargain. And this has been resulting in incredible pain for the families of our fellow citizens. So that's why the struggle of Iranians has become our own struggle. We are the potential victims, like you are victims in Iran, of the madness of these mullahs. And I speak as a potential victim, and I'm grateful for the independent and courageous investigation done by the Belgian courts and for the trial that has started. But I have to confess that as a European citizen, I feel humiliated by this let's pretend to be tough diplomacy that is turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people of Iran, that is giving leeway to Iranian terrorists in our countries, putting all of us at risk. So therefore, in addition to Assad's trial, I am demanding that the real sponsors are tried too by international courts. And I'm talking first of Khamenei, second of Rouhani, third of Zarif, and I'm also including Alavi, the Minister of Intelligence, under which the plot was ordered. And I'm gonna say something. In obtaining the freedom of Iran, the democracy and the justice, the 10 points, the program that Miriam Rajavi, my friend, that I admire and salute today as an amazing leader for the world, as a woman leader in this world, as we are following you in not accepting any less for Iranians, we are not accepting any less for us in putting all these 4 men into trial as the perpetrators of all these crimes. And as we are all saying today, because this is our cry of uniting all together, perpetrators to trial.
Thank you, Ingrid. It is my pleasure now to invite another Canadian MP to take the floor. Please welcome the Honorable Judy Sgro.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. To my dear friend, Madam Rajavi, and your team, to all of the followers of NCRI and MEK, and all of our Iranian Canadians that are participating or watching in the program. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you and the thousands of people who have joined us today from around the globe. I have a difficult task after all the distinguished speakers that have gone before me and who talked about why we are here today. But I feel also privileged to be able to sum it up in one short sentence. And as our late Senator David Smith used to say, to support wholeheartedly the 10 many years who have been with you and all of the challenges through these hard years. Your courage and dedication have become more than ever obvious. All of us who who have supported your quest for freedom, democracy, and the rule of law have experienced firsthand the demonization campaign waged against your movement in various forms. My good friend and former colleague, the Honorable Erwin Kotler, uses the term Khamenei's Iran to distinguish between the great people of Iran and the ruling regime, and I can't agree more. In Canada, we have had our share of atrocities committed by the Iranian regime leaders against our own citizens. Just to name a few, the torture and killing of Zahar Kazami, the death of Professor Kayabas Samid Imani, the imprisonment of dual Iranian Canadians, and most recently, the tragic death of 57 Canadians on board flight PS-752, shot down by the IRGC missiles. But I want to finish with a positive note, continuing to recognize the tremendous leadership of Madam Rajavi and her whole team. But none of these sacrifices are in vain. The pure presence of such a continued organized movement gives not only the people of Iran hope, but all who have long advocated for a free and democratic Iran. Much hope for a victory is near. Let's accelerate that by joining our voices to that of the defying youth in Iran chanting, "Freedom is our inalienable right." Hussar, 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 God bless all of you. Stay safe, stay well, stay strong until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Judith Sgro. I am now most delighted to announce that we are joined from Paris by the President of Daniel Mitterrand Foundation. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Gilbert Mitterrand.
Commencez, s'il vous plaît.
So,
Chers amis dans le monde,
dear friends in the world and in Iran, dear friends,
Continuez.
you can go on. Dear friends, Ashrafian in Albania, and dear President Madam Rajavi, we know that the regime of Mullah is a dictatorship. Please proceed. A dictatorship that is governing the country by using the terror. They organized massacre like in 1988, but they also repressed, put in prison, torture, and use the terror in their everyday life. They have been killing 1,500 people and demonstrating in the street in November 2019, and we see that the corpse of the political prisoner disappear, and some of them were accused of a war against God. Once again, at the beginning of the 14th of July, two political prisoners were waiting for death, and they were executed. And they were people, Kurds, political prisoner. And on the 8th of July, another prisoner, a young prisoner, was killed. Iranians have been demonstrating their, let's say, their discontentment in this democratic theocracy, but they know that the fear is in their camp, and they fear that they will have popular revolution. So you can ask to the High Commissioner of the Human Rights to take a measure against this religious regime in Iran. It's not enough. We need to go on. It is really important for the universal value, the fact that we could abolish death penalty, the equality for men and women, and the separation of state and religion, and the foreign policy that would encourage a new Iran without a nuclear weapon. And this is this committee for Democratic Iran and the Foundation Daniel Mitterrand has been supporting Mariam Rajavi, and today we have the new plan of the 10 items that were decided, so that we have the hope on the side of the people. And you, dear Mariam, you are the personification of the wishes of the people of Iran. And Azer, and thanks again.
Once again, we have the opportunity to
Mm.
listen to the fine remarks by the former Minister of Human Rights in France. I am honored to give the floor to Ms. Rama Yad. Let us give her a warm welcome.
Madame, vous avez la parole.
Yes. Madame President Rajavi, dear friends, in the history of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, July 17 will be special. Today we are participating in the world's largest virtual gathering. I'm really impressed, 102 countries, 30,000 different locations, 200 meetings, sizing from 50 to 3,000 participants. These are the characteristics of this annual gathering, which shows, with the CNRA, which shows its determination to continue its fight despite the exceptional health conditions. All broadcast live, of course, in Iran and around the world where the Iranian cause is. This organization proves the technical, logistical, and technological capacity of a structure that knows how discipline and method are necessary conditions for the mobilization and success of its old dream for a free and democratic Iran. Because that is the driving force behind this unprecedented event. Justice, freedom, democracy, that is what it once again demanded here today. In this world of uncertainty, where everything can change, the Iranian resistance must take its place. It is a major player, a key to the solution. The international community must understand that, and particularly Europe. The Europe I'm talking from and about must be, once again, must be with you. It is time for the European Union to take a firm stand condemning human rights violations in Iran. In particular, the highest number of executions, that is the highest number, and by subjecting trade with Iran to an end to human rights violations. May we be more numerous. May we be more determined to lead this essential change by supporting the Iranian people's desire for regime change and the settlement of a republic based on the separation between religion and the state, based on gender equality, based on freedom of expression. It is about morality, but it is about security also for us and for Iranian people and for the region. Here, we are not sweet dreamers. We are and have been mayors, congressmen, or women, ministers, head of states, head of governments. We know what diplomacy is. We know its constraints. We know that neither Rome nor Tehran were made in one day. We want our businessmen to get richer through commercial contracts. We want our citizens to get jobs through these contracts. But we know that we will not get any of this by lowering the flag on the human rights front. We must choose the side of humanity. The side of humanity is with you. Iranians are tired to fight alone. If we do not react, the heroes of the resistance who have paid so much for their commitment would be isolated. It is the Iranian people who are in danger of despair. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ramayad. We're now going to hear from our allies in the National Council of Resistance of Iran.
Our next speaker is a prominent personality from Kuwait. Please welcome Mr. Ahmad Jarallah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا لهذه الدعوة الطيبة من
invitation from the opposition leaders of Iranian. Thank you. What I would like to say of what have just been added of those brave leaders and those the elite to attend this rally by distance. They said everything that they have deserved that this falling Iranian regime. There's nothing to add but to say as somebody from the region and who knows our problems with this regime, ignorant, backward Iranian regime. Mrs. Maryam Rajbi and your great team. Tehran is the Iranian people. He supposes wants to save themselves the Iranian regime and in the Arab world. And in Iran they see your great team as safe haven to the region from those states that's been violated, their security have been violated by this regime. And also they have information and they're living in a backward time. Ms. Rajawi and it's a great team. The Iranian regime is falling, and we will celebrate this next year with the Republic of Iran in Tehran, and we will be very happy when a woman was educated like yourself take the leadership of this very important state. With that's the country of civilization, the country that we lived together for years until this regime came, who is doing harm to the neighbors. So and he submitted dreams that cannot be achieved. And he bothered us with these dreams. And now we are looking at you, Mrs. Maryam Rajawi, and your great team, that to finish this upsetting regime in our region. We would like to live with our Iranian brothers, the great people before 40 or 50 years ago. We are now in front of a state, an isolated people, because of his regime. And maybe, by coincidence, Mrs. Miriam, that this this rally is gathered, there are demonstrations inside Iran, and also it comes after the destruction many facilities led by the Iranian fighters against this region and against its neighbors. We are looking forward to that day that this regime falls and you take over, the missions. You're represented by yourself as a great leader, great woman, who can gather all the feelings of the world. And there is a talk about the people's request, even in Iran or in the region, in the Arab Gulf country, also in Iran, also say other countries who have the Iranian hand in the region, and even in South America and other that we hear of. This regime dealing with drugs, practicing money laundering, practicing killing, massacres, assassinations. We are waiting to see, to witness the fall of this regime. I thank you so much for this resistance or this opposition. I wish it all the success. And this is from my own heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jarallah.
Shukran.
We're now going to hear from our allies in the National Council of Resistance of Iran. I have the honor to present to you the speaker from the People's Fedayeen Organization of Iran, Ms. Zinat Mir Hashemi. Please begin your remarks.
خانم زینت میر هاشمی از شورای ملی مقاومت برای ما سخنرانی خواهد کرد. لطفاً بفرمایید.
با درود به همه آزادیخواهانی
I salute all the freedom people who desire freedom. I send my solidarity to the people of Behbahan who really managed to
در آستانه 40مین سال تأسیس شورای ملی مقاومت
on the 40th year of the National Council of Resistance who was created, the Iranian people have after all these years of very difficult times and the uprising that we saw last year, the uprising for people who were starving. Khamenei is on the verge of trying to use the coronavirus situation in order to save themselves. But the Iranian resistance and the organized opposition, they have managed to resist in order to continue their resistance. And one of the things that has really been catching people's eyes is the resistance units and their activities. and this has been very effective, and they have been very effective in their efforts. If the dictatorship in Iran has managed to keep themselves in power, is because of the appeasement policy and all the repression that they have been putting on the people. But rest assured that this is not what the Iranian regime is capable of continuing. When we see all the uprisings in the past few years, particularly the last year uprising, which made us realize and everybody realize that this regime is on the verge of collapse. The people who have risen up against this dictatorship and the flag of overthrowing the Iranian regime that was raised by the National Council of Resistance of Iran is today in the hands of hundreds and thousands of Iranians in Iran, men and women who rise up against tyranny and oppression, secular rule. The 10-point plan of Mrs. Mariam Rajavi and the solidarity movement are the true paths that we have to take. I want to talk about two very important points from the Chirikai Fadai Khalq regarding the situation. First, in order to acquire freedom and come to freedom, most important thing is to allow freedom of religious. This is our duty, and this is something that the Iranian people, we do not want any foreign powers to do anything for the Iranian people. Therefore, we are against the foreign wars against the regime. The only request we have from the foreign powers and the United Nations is that they adhere to the principles of the United Nations and the human rights declarations, to not aid the Iranian regime and to not appease them. The apparatus, the oppressive apparatus, do not support that, and to support the Iranian people and a democratic that is pluralistic, that believes in justice and is against any type of religious oppression. I do thank all of you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
با تشکر فراوان از خانم میر هاشمی. Now we are joined by members of the Parliament of Portugal. Please welcome the Honorable Luis Litramus.
Thank you, merci. Mesdames et messieurs, je suis heureux de participer au grand rassemblement d'aujourd'hui.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to participate in this big meeting and major meeting. I am a little bit worried by the pandemic of COVID-19, but I hope that the organization of doctors in Iran said that there are thousands of people, 10,000s of people, and I hope that the population had the problem with the virus, more than 30% of the population, and that each person in two die of coronavirus, so it would be more than 94% a day. But we know that more than 70,000 people died of coronavirus in Iran. The people have no medicines, they have no remedies, and they are left alone. And we know that the mullahs have got millions and billions of dollars, but they don't spend a penny on the health care. And so it is really difficult to see what the situation is compared to what is done in other countries with the government that try to defend the rights of the citizen. And this is the reason we don't understand why the WHO does not react and remains silent. Why? It is really incredible that the WHO does not react of the act of this dictatorship. Why don't we do something for them? It is a minimum. We should do something. We should act. So this is the reason why I launched a call to break the silence. And I hope that the WHO and the special reporter of the United Nations is going to be in charge. And Mrs. Raja Ajani, we are with you, and we are with you to lead the fight.
At this point, I am more than delighted to announce that we are joined from Italy by a great friend and ally, member of the Italian Senate Human Rights Committee. Please welcome Senator Roberto Rampi.
You're on, Mr. Ram.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be also this year and this night with you, with more than 30,000 people from 30,000 locations and hundreds of parliamentarians and many people from everywhere in the world. And I believe that is a very demonstration of the force of Iranian resistance. And every year I'm so surprised about the strongness of all you people and women and men from the Iranian resistance. I was so surprised to look how many people were in Paris when we went there. And I was so surprised to see what you do in Albania, in Ashraf Tree. And I'm so surprised about that strongness of the meeting of today. Many people that are together from hundreds countries around the world, and thousands of parliamentarians and many people, because all we believe about the possibility to have a free Iran in the world. And all we believe we need a free Iran in the world for many reasons. The first reason is that Iranian people, Iranian culture, Iranian history is such a great and such a very powerful and such a old history and such a very strong culture, and all the world need the Iranian culture. But nowadays, the Iranian culture is impossible to work with other countries around the world because of a terrible regime that is every day killing someone. We know about many people in prison, and we know that every one of them every day can be killed people. So I ask to all the United Nations, I ask the UN organization, I ask European Union, and I ask to my country to be stronger about the idea that human rights that have to be preserved all around the world have to be preserved also in Iran. But we believe more. We believe we have to save people. And in Iran, we know that Iran is very dangerous for the rest of the world because is a country and state that help many terroristic organizations around the world and organize terroristic organizations around the world. But we also believe that we need the culture and the idea of religion, the idea of freedom, the great poetry, the great literature, and the artistic and the philosophy of Iran for a better world. So we believe we will have soon free Iran that with other countries all around the world can make a better world for our future. So thank you very much for all you do, and you have the support, my personal support, the support of many people of my party, the support of many people in Italian parliament, and many people in Italy that love Iran and want free Iran. Thank you to the Iranian resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rumpy. Joining us now are our friends in Slovakia. The representative is our next speaker. Please welcome Ms. Sara Giocora. You can begin your remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear freedom fighters in Ashraf 3. My name is Sarah and I'm a student from Slovakia. I live in a democratic country where I have rights that protect me, and I cannot imagine living in a country where the government violates human rights. A country which, due to its misogynist law, women get arrested just because they want to choose how to dress, where people are killed because they don't agree with the system and express their opinion and protest, where innocent children are killed. Children like 14-year-old Nikta, who had their whole lives ahead and could change the world. It is my dream to live in a world where everyone has equal rights, where no one is killed or otherwise punished for their opinion or belief, where everyone can live a free and safe life. Today, I'm here to say to the brave people in Iran that we hear you and are with you in your fight. We are all here to fight alongside the resistant units who have risen for freedom. I'm here to be your voice, to tell you I care. If we want to see a change, we have to work together. We have to shout, we have to fight, we have to do whatever we can to overthrow this evil regime and end this injustice, to free Iran and make this world a better place to live. Let's fight for the Iranian youth who are right now in the streets in Iran and in the prison across the country. There's hope for a free Iran, so it's worth fighting for. We can and we must change the world together. Let's make free Iran 2020 a reality.
Thank you, Sara. Now we're honored to be joined by a representative of the brother nation of Jordan, former cabinet minister and ambassador to Iran, Dr. Bassam Al-Omoush. Please begin your remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته السيدة مريم رجوي والإخوة الإيرانيين في كل قارات الأرض أنا متشرف بأن أكون معكم في هذا اللقاء.
Very pleased to be here. And this is, we met before and we exchanged that this regime that came to Iran has a great history and a people who has an honorable history. But this Iranian regime, since the day of Mullah came to power and he started this revolution, if they stop talking about these practices, not only implementing their logos and intervening in the Arabic countries, and this they enter conflict inside the countries. Iran came and intervened in the Arab countries. They went to Yemen, Syria, and even with other countries they don't have problems, and they started to give weapons. They intervened in Algeria, in Sudan. This regime, he is not only victimizing the Iranian people. We must stand by the Iranian people in prisons and the executions that have been practiced every single day. We would like the Iranian people to live, irrespective of his ethnicity, religion, whatever. He is an enemy. He is dictator. He doesn't. The money of the Iranian regime spent on Hezbollah, and that is why, by unity, we have a common goal to change the regime, to make the Iranian the state respectable, so it has a normal relations with its neighbors. And this about the nuclear weapons. Is it Iran going to be a state with nuclear weapons and to threat other countries? This is a crazy region. He's tricking people. This regime. The Iranian people need support. I am addressing the Iranian people, not only if there's any, like you have a power in you, we stand with you. But this regime, we cannot deal with him. He dealt with Iraq and Afghanistan. They're making agreement with these countries. We have to be united to build a Iranian state away from this regime. This regime killed people in Yemen, in Syria. Islam has nothing to do with these practices. We need to build. And this is just making a religion as an excuse. Islam has nothing to do with it. Who elected Khamenei? And they react in the name of God, and we have nothing to do with them. We are all the children of Adam. There must be, the Iranian people needs peace. Iranian people, it's not only enough to have a summit every year. These Arab countries, we have to put pressure on the Arab countries. And we shouldn't be just be watching what Iranian is doing. And also the Iranian regime making Palestine as an excuse. Now, why don't you, Iranian regime, try to destroy Israel? So they are lying to the Islam, they're lying to the region. And also those, they are not with the right path. Yesterday, many demonstrators have been executed. Why these demonstrations? We saw in some countries some demonstrations, and they were not executed. If one said something, you will immediately be executed. You have to move. You have to react. And when you are strong, united, I called on Mrs. Maryam Rajab to make meetings with all different aspects of Iranian, because we have one goal. We wish the Iranian people to achieve its goal, and God be peace on you.
I'm pleased to announce that the Minister of Human Rights of Yemen is with us. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed.
تفضل. مرحبا بالسيد محمد من اليمن، وزير حقوق الإنسان من اليمن. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, merciful, the compassionate, Mrs. Maryam Rajavi, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased and honored to be amongst you here today during this international convention. And first, I would like to thank the organizers of this spectacular event, especially the NCRI, for giving me also the opportunity to speak about the role of the Iranian regime in the tragedy of Yemen, my country. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that the Houthis militias supported by the Iranian regime has taken over the legitimate government and killed and overturned the legitimate president of Yemen, and took held the president and occupied the institutions and took over the armament of the Yemeni military and started waging war on behalf of the Iranian regime. After 2011 uprising, Yemen was a model for democratic change and transfer in the Arab world and a smooth transition of power. And the Yemenis, all of them, have participated in this peaceful transition. And through the National Dialogue Convention, which continued for almost a year, the Yemenis reached a roadmap and a new constitution for a civilian, democratic country that respects human rights. But the mullahs regime in Iran waged a war against the Yemeni people by averting the Yemenis and instigating the Houthis to transfer Yemen into a place for war and violence and destruction, and Yemen has turned into a humanitarian crisis and now is known as the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the threat which the mullahs regime poses on Yemen and on the peoples of the region is an existential threat. It is aimed at destroying the national state and destroying it in favor of militias. These are the aims of the Iranian project in the Middle East. This regime created militias based on sectarian affiliation, which caused to maim and destruct and the killing of hundreds of thousands of Yemenis, and we have tens of thousands of people in prisons, and we have thousands of those who are injured and victims of mines. We have 30,000 children victims of being enlisted into the militias which are used to fight the wars of these militias. They destroyed the hospitals, the schools, and they violated all the civil rights, and they also preventing up until now the maintenance of the reservoir, the water reservoir which might cause a humanitarian crisis. And last night the Security Council held Houthis the accountability for this for oil leakage, and up until now the results of this war have brought Yemen back 25 years back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's undoubtedly this regime, the mullahs regime, as long as this regime remains and stays, it will fight against all human rights and democracy. And its project extends over the whole region. The persistence of this regime means more wars, more destruction of civilities, more threat to international peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the international community must put an end to this, to the practices of the regime and its practices inside and outside Iran, and by giving aid and help to the peoples of Iran, who is known of a great heritage and culture and history. The Iranian people deserve a better democratic regime that respects human rights of its people and its neighbors. And it is now a strategic necessity for the peace and security of the Middle East and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned through history and through life that living peoples will remain fighting for its liberty and justice and the values and the NCRI and the MEK and the resistance, Iranian resistance led by Mrs. Maryam Rajavi, and through that 10 principles plan, which she has presented as a framework for this resistance. I would like to tell Mrs. Maryam, you are our inspiration, and for all the freedom fighters and activists of human rights, you are a school, a renewal school for struggle and fighting against injustice. Solidarity with the Iranian people and with you as a solidarity for freedom and the solidarity for dignity, the Iranian people, and for keeping the peace and security in the region and the world. And the mullah's regime and its against this regime. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the Yemeni people stands with you, behind you, and supports you. And I wish your convention all the prosperity, and I wish for all the prosperity for the peoples of Iran. And soon, your victory will realize. God said, you will get victory after being subject to all this injustice. Muhammad Askar, Minister of Human Rights in Yemen.
شكرا جزيلا الأستاذ محمد أسكر.
انسان ایرانی است که در بند و پریشانی است. هزاران برگ تاریخ جهان از هستی این گیتی دوار به نام این من ایرانی امروز پرگشته. منی که لوح زرین حقوق نوع انسان را از آن دور غباران چو باری پشت سر دارم. منی که سخته سختم، منی که شیر کوه آهن سرشتم پایدارم. با بدی ها اهرمن ها در ستیزم، در ستیزم.
انسان ایرانی، اگر حق بشر را پاس می‌داری،
اگر سودای آزادی ایران را به سر داری،
بیایی 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 تمام دست‌ها را به هم داده، فلک را سخت بشکافیم و تلقین و دراندازی. بیایی 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 چون این طوفان بنیان کن به پا خیزیم، به پا خیزیم، به پا.
در رگان بدم خونشون بشین، به پا به کف رایت قیام، بخوان وطن را به نام. سر زده فرو به نبرد ما، نبرد ما پس ستیده ام موج توی پا. توی ما نازه های گل خام انقلاب، انقلاب که از وطن رنگ خام در قیام سرخ و سوزاندن خلیل موج و توفان جاودان ما را یاد یاران. ششگران پیروزی می‌سازد، در خشم در توفان می‌تازد، با ملت را می‌بازد. شورشگران آزادی می‌کارد، آتش به کف خرم دل می‌بارد، خانه‌ها را می‌افرازد. تنین موج و توفان جاودان تا یاد یاران شورشگران پیروزی می‌سازند در خشم در توفان می‌تازند آب و ملت جان می‌بازند شورشگران آزادی می‌کارند آتش به کف خرم دل می‌بارند خانقاه‌ها را می‌افرازند.
سازمان خبات کردستان ایران
اتوبوس‌های بسیج 7-8 تا ماشین رو پیش زدن.
The November 2019 uprisings. Since 2017, the Iranian people's calls for regime change have expanded in depth and scope. In November 2019, following the
همکنون
spike in
پیام
gasoline
سازمان
prices,
خبات
the
کردستان
Iranian people
ایران
in at least 200 cities in all of Iran's 31 provinces revolted against the regime and called for democracy.
همکنون توجه شما را به پیام سازمان خبات کردستان ایران جلب می‌کنیم. سازمان خبات کردستان ایران
Now it's a time for the Kurdistan Party Khabat, who has expressed his solidarity for this conference. The Khabat organization, who has joined this conference, has become very liked and enjoyed the speech of Mrs. Maryam Rajavi regarding Kurdistan of Iran.
دلش جان 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 یه جنگل ستاره داره جان جان یه جنگل ستاره داره
یه جنگل ستاره داره جان جان یه جنگل ستاره داره
ای سرود آوران سپیده ای شهیدان در خون تپیده مژده مژده شد ستم کن خشم مردم
آید از ملک ایران زمین رش خلق ایران به گوش بر تن و جان اهریمنان لرزه افتاده از این خروش وقتی از ستمگران تیر هر کرانه شد روشن از مجاهدین چهره زمان شد
ظالمان
Thank you everyone for participating in the Free Iran Global Summit today. با تشکر از حضور و همیاری همگی شما در اینجا گردهمایی جهانی ایران آزاد به پایان میرسد. به همه شما خسته نباشید و خدا قوت میگوییم و به امید پیروزی. بله، شورشگران پیروزی میسازند.